Kampus terbaik, inspirasi, tebarkan harapan. Kampus terbaik, inovasi, wujudkan impian. Kampus terbaik, integritas, kuatkan tujuan. Kampus terbaik, beri terbaik untuk negeri, untuk dunia, umat manusia dan alam semesta. Mari bersama hadirkan masa depan dalam langkah dan pikiran agar selalu terdepan, berbekal ilmu dan jiwa pengabdian. Deras arus zaman takkan tertahan, majulah melangkah, oh majulah. Kampus terbaik, inspirasi, tebarkan harapan. Kampus terbaik, inovasi, wujudkan impian. Kampus terbaik, integritas, kuatkan tujuan. Kampus terbaik, beri terbaik untuk negeri, untuk dunia, umat manusia dan alam semesta. Mari bersama hadirkan masa depan dalam langkah dan pikiran agar selalu terdepan, berbekal ilmu dan jiwa pengabdian. Deras arus zaman takkan tertahan, majulah melangkah, oh majulah. Terus berpacu dalam keunggulan, lincah pembelajar untuk kehidupan. Inilah Lihat raih kesempatan, wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya.
Mari bersama hadirkan masa depan dalam langkah dan pikiran agar selalu terdapat berbekal ilmu dan jiwa pengabdian. Deras arus zaman takkan tertahan, majulah melangkah.
Mari bersama hadirkan masa depan dalam langkah dan pikiran agar selalu terdepan berbekal ilmu dan jiwa pengabdian. Deras arus zaman takkan tertahan, majulah melangkah, oh majulah. Wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya. Wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya. Wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya. Wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya.
Fakultas Ekologi Manusia mengenang cipta suci, mengenang sumber daya manusia, berbasis paradigma ekologi, pendidikan dan inovasi, kualitas hidup sejahtera, membangun negara Indonesia menuju masa depan raya. Ayo maju, maju, ayo gerak maju, dari prestasi pariwisata maju. Ayo maju, maju, Indonesia maju, untuk ibu berdiri, jujur, adil dan santun, harmonis dan kebersamaan, junjung tinggi kompetisi sehat, jayalah terus IPB kita.
Perjalanan yang akan kumulai merupakan perjalanan singkat namun panjang. Perjalanan ini akan kuhargai karena dihiasi berbagai memori. Arah angin dalam petaku kali ini menunjukkanku arah yang akan membawaku ke arah barat Pulau Jawa. Perjalanan kali ini akan membawaku untuk mengenal adat dan kebudayaan yang masih terjaga dengan baik. Bersama dengan tim yang kerap kali terasa seperti keluarga bernama Eksplorasi. Kumulai perjalanan.
Bayang-bayang
dalam hening dan dalam kerinduan.
7 hari merupakan hari yang singkat.
Perjalanan kali ini akan membawaku untuk mengenal adat dan kebudayaan yang masih terjaga dengan baik.
Menciptakan rasa syukur
dan melahirkan rasa keinginan untuk selalu menjaga.
Kusebut pengalaman ini berhasil.
Berhasil menghadirkan makna baru.
Berhasil mengajarkan banyak arti dalam kehidupan.
Alam memanggilku ke sini. Ku langkahkan kakiku dengan pasti.
Untuk mendapatkan banyak arti.
Dari budaya yang lestari.
Di setiap hujan datang, Puan selalu seru bermain dengan.
As we know, culture is one of the most familiar concepts in our lives. Culture is known for its role in regulating our behavior. It governs how we act, speak, and interact with others, bringing order and structure to our lives. So, welcome to our journey. This is the most beautiful place. A place that can give us reasons to live simply and peacefully. It offers a new perspective on what it means to feel blessed. Being far from the hustle and bustle made me think. It's not that bad. Blending with a new culture gives me a sense of purpose in protecting the earth. We learn many things from here. The place that we are talking about called Sinar Resmi. Culture is the shared experience of a people. The collective memory that defines who we are. Sinar Resmi, sebuah kesepuhan yang kaya akan budaya dan tradisi. Ikat kepala dan kain sinjang merupakan salah satu budaya yang menjadi identitas bagi masyarakat Sinar Resmi. Kebiasaan memakai ikat yang dikhususkan untuk laki-laki dan memakai sinjang dikhususkan untuk wanita masih dilestarikan sampai sekarang. Pangan utama di Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi adalah beras. Beras menjadi komoditas unggulan dengan 68 varietas yang dimiliki oleh Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi. Leuit menjadi salah satu simbol ketahanan pangan di Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi. Leuit merupakan tempat penyimpanan padi yang diharapkan agar para rumah tangga memiliki persediaan pangannya dalam jangka waktu yang panjang. Dan setiap masyarakat yang telah berumah tangga diwajibkan untuk memiliki leuit. Padi merupakan hal yang dihormati, mulai dari penanaman, prosesnya, hingga panen, selalu diiringi dengan ritual. Di Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi, penanaman padi hanya dilakukan 1 kali selama 1 tahun. Terbagi menjadi 2 bagian waktu, yaitu 6 bulan yang diperbolehkan untuk menanam dan 6 bulan yang tidak diperbolehkan untuk menanam. Pada masa inilah, para petani memanfaatkan sawah untuk melak lauk atau budidaya ikan tawar di sawah. Ritual terbesarnya adalah Seren Tahun. Seren Tahun merupakan upacara adat yang dilaksanakan 1 tahun sekali dan berlangsung selama 7 hari. Dilaksanakan pada bulan Rayagung. Slogan utama yang tercermin dari pola kehidupan masyarakat adalah silih asah, silih asih, dan silih asuh. Rangkaian kegiatan upacara adat ini mencakup beberapa ritual yang bersifat sakral, kesenian, hingga hiburan. Ditujukan untuk mengungkapkan rasa syukur atas hasil panen yang telah didapatkan, dan ungkapan doa agar hasil panen di tahun berikutnya dapat bertambah. Di Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi, hampir seluruh lapisan masyarakat di Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi terlibat aktif dalam perencanaan hingga pelaksanaannya.
Seren Tahun itu suatu yang mengimplementasikan rasa syukur ya selama aktivitas dalam setahun ya diinikan dalam acara syukuran Seren Tahun, padahal kegiatannya syukur. Dibikinlah seremonialnya di acara Seren Tahun seperti Abdi Pare Kali, padahal kegiatan yang sesungguhnya sudah.
Sosok yang sedang berbicara kali ini akrab dipanggil Abah. Abah merupakan ketua adat Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi.
Itu di Sabtu sampai Minggu saja puncak acaranya. Nah, tidak mungkin dalam kegiatan setahun itu beres di 2 hari itu, bahkan sehari bisa. Jadi acara yang pokoknya saja yang masuk. Hampir pare kelit yang bisa konsumsi. Yang jadi aslinya Seren Tahun itu di hari Senin setelah undangannya pada pulang. Abah baru melakukan namanya maaf pun tabe pun paralun rasul saya. Menyempurnakan lagi dulu.
Dalam struktur Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi, Abah merupakan sosok yang dituakan dan pemegang kunci utama dalam pelaksanaan seluruh kegiatan adat.
Kan gitu. Sekarang seperti padi ada pengganggu padi nggak? Contoh, pun
Nutu merupakan salah satu proses yang harus dilalui untuk mengolah padi menjadi beras dengan cara ditumbuk. Cukup pegal Gumamku saat mencoba melakukan proses nutu. Namun, nutu merupakan salah satu bentuk untuk menjaga kelestarian adat yang turun-temurun. Untuk masing-masing ritual, selalu ada penanggung jawabnya. Sesiung merupakan penanggung jawab utama di dapur pada saat kegiatan atau acara besar yang diselenggarakan di Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi. Proses masak masih dilakukan dengan alat-alat tradisional, terutama untuk proses memasak nasi. Ngakel, salah satu tradisi unik yang diperuntukkan untuk membuat nasi agar lebih dingin dan membuat nasi memiliki waktu simpan yang lebih lama. Komoditas lainnya yang dihasilkan di Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi adalah air nira yang diolah menjadi gula aren untuk diperjualbelikan. Konon, air nira yang dipanen oleh setiap petani dapat memiliki rasa yang berbeda, tergantung siapa yang memanennya. Hal tersebut menjadi sebuah keunikan dari rasa gula aren yang dihasilkan. Berbagai produk lokal yang diproduksi oleh masyarakat Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi dapat ditemui di galeri. Hampir seluruh kerajinan masyarakat dijual di galeri, mulai dari kain, ikat, gelang, hingga gula aren yang tadi telah dibuat. Secara letak geografis, Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi berada di daerah rawan longsor. Mitigasi bencana yang optimal perlu menjadi perhatian bagi masyarakat setempat. Selain itu, upaya penanaman pohon menjadi langkah preventif dalam menghadapi tanah longsor. Menjaga alam untuk tetap lestari merupakan kesadaran yang harus dimiliki oleh setiap insan. Daur ulang merupakan kata yang sering kita dengar, bentuk kesadaran untuk dapat bertanggung jawab terhadap apa yang kita konsumsi. Rasanya, belum sempat kuceritakan dengan baik seluruh pengalaman dan ilmu yang kudapat di Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi. Bagaimanapun, waktu terus berjalan dengan cepat dan tak dapat kuhentikan. Hanya bisa berharap, semoga kebudayaan yang kukenal dapat hidup abadi di tempatnya.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the International Conference RUSET 2024. We're delighted to have you join us today, both in person at Hotel Salak The Heritage, Bogor, and online via Zoom meeting.
Yes, we're excited for what promises to be a fantastic event. For our online participants, please make sure to rename yourself using the format breakout room number, _name, _institution, and don't forget to use the official virtual background. You can find the background in the chat. Please take your seats and get comfortable as we will be starting shortly.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome to the 5th International Conference on Rural Socio-economic Transformation,
RUSET 2024. First of all, let us thank to the Almighty God for His grace and guidance, so that we can gather and attend this agenda in healthy and safe condition. With all due my respect to Professor Dr. Farid Alatas from National University of Singapore, Dr. Anna Snyder from University Illinois Urbana-Champaign, and Dr. G. Manikam Govindaradu from Taylor's University.
Welcome to the Honorable Rector of IPB University, Professor Dr. Arif Satria, SPMSI, representative of the Dean of the Faculty of Human Ecology, Dr. Sofyan Shaf, SPMSI, Head of Communication and Community Development, Dr. Insinyur Anna Facia, MSI, Chairman of RUSET 2024, Dr. Iman Kasiman Nawireja, and all lecturers from the Communication and Community Development Department.
And for all the honorable participants in this international conference, welcome to the 5th International Conference on Rural Socio-economic Transformation 2024 with the theme Towards Sustainable Agri-Food Systems, Robust Agriculture 4.0, and Inclusive Community Development. It's our pleasure to be here. I am Bil Aymar Al-Shafar and my partner,
Vanita Fania, to be your master of ceremony on this big event.
And before we start our agenda today, let's pray to God. So perhaps our event will be held successfully. To pray, begin. Prayers can be continued at another time.
How are you today, ladies and gentlemen? Okay, we hope that you are doing great, happy, and also healthy. So, Bill, I'm so excited and curious about today, and I believe all the participants are so excited about this event. So, would you explain further about what RUSET is?
Okay, so RUSET is an international conference organized by the Communication and Community Development Department Sciences, Faculty of Human Ecology, IPB University.
Yes, RUSET 2024 is a platform for the leading scientists, researchers, policymakers, and scholar activists to exchange and share their experiences and research results on all aspects of rural transformation.
Hopefully, today's agenda will bring us so much information and emerge a collaborations for the rural transformation and developments within all institutions and researchers.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to our first agenda. We will hear a welcoming speech by Chairman of RUSET 2024, Dr. Iman Kasiman Nawireja. To Dr. Iman, the time is yours.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Rector of IPB, Pak Arif, Professor Arif Satria, and Dean of Faculty of Human Ecology, Pak Dr. Sofyan Syaf, the Head of Department of Communication and Community Development Science, Ibu Dr. Anna Facia, the distinguished speakers, Pak Syed Farid Alatas, Professor, and Dr. Anna Snyder, Pak Arya, Dr. Arya Kamalan, and all of the participants and committee. First of all, I would like to thank you very much to all of you for taking time to attend this conference, the RUSET 5th International Conference on Rural Socio-economic Transformation. This year, conference will take the theme of toward sustainable agriculture, good system, robust agriculture 4.0, and inclusive community development. It aims to facilitate the knowledge exchange and collaboration, uh, research and collaboration, and highlighting the latest research that we might have on those particular topic. And finally, we hope to promoting inclusive rural economic development. In the next couple of days, we will be involved in hearing from distinguished speakers, the leading experts, engaging in discussion from around 75 participants, both online and offline. And hopefully, we will lead to the new perspective and ideas. Once again, thank you very much for being here, and let's make this conference memorable and impactful. Once again, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Iman, for the welcoming speech. Let's move to the next agenda. We will hear a welcoming speech from the Department of Communication and Community Development, Dr. Insinyur Ana Facia, MSc. So Dr. Insinyur Ana Facia, the time is yours.
Honorable IPP Rector and Dean of Faculty of Human Ecology, and the Honorable is Head of Division in SKPM area, Prof. Sumarjo. I'm sorry, Prof. Arya, Prof. Sumarjo, and Prof. Lirus. Of course, is Anas Leader and Bapak Set Farid. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, and may peace be upon us all. First of all, let us express our gratitude to God, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, Almighty, for His blessings, allowing us to gather here today for the 4th International Conference on Rural Socio-economic Transformation with the theme Towards Sustainability in Agri-Food System, Robust Agriculture 4.0, and Inclusive Community Development. I would like to extend a warm welcome and express our appreciation to all our esteemed participants and speakers who have joined us today and tomorrow, including Dr. Stella Christie from Tsinghua University, and then Dr. Anna Snyder from the University of California, Davis, Dr. Seth Farid from the National University of Singapore, and Dr. G. Manikam from Taylor's University, Singapore, and Dr. Kurakit from Kasesat University, Thailand. These speakers bring exceptional expertise in agriculture, technology, and community development, with contribution from leading universities worldwide. We are truly honored by their presence, and we are confident that their insights will be invaluable for us all. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's theme reflects that the significant challenges we face in the global food system, the transition toward sustainability, the adoption of agriculture 4.0 technologies, and inclusive community development are essential pillars in creating a prosperous and equitability society. As technology advance and the demand for foods rises, it is vital that we design systems that are not only higher effectivity, but also sustainable and inclusive of all communities. This conference aims to be a platform for sharing ideas, connecting innovation, and discussing best practice from around the world. We hope that the discussion held here today will provide us all with fresh perspective and inspiration to build a more resilient and sustainable agriculture system. On this occasion, I would like to extend our heartfelt thanks to the organizing communities led by Dr. Imanka Nawiraja for their dedication and hard work in making this conference possible. We are deeply grateful for their efforts. In closing, I wish you a successful seminar. May this event run smoothly and provide us all with meaningful insight and benefits. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Insinyur Ana Facia, MSI. Now, let's hear the speech from the Dean of the Faculty of Human Ecology, IBB University, Dr. Sofyan Syaf, SPT, MSI. Unfortunately, Dr. Sofyan is unable to attend here with us, thus the speech will be delivered by video. Let us watch the video together.
Honorable Rector of IBB University, Professor Dr. Arusatria, SPMSI, Honorable Head of Department of Communication and Community Development Sciences, Honorable Dr. Ans Nieder, Honorable Dr. Manikam from Taylor University, Malaysia, Honorable Dr. Syed Alatas from National University of Singapore, Honorable distinguished speakers, moderator, professors, researchers, and all participants. Good morning and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am delighted to extend a warm welcome to everyone attending the 5th International Conference on RUSET, Rural Socio-economic Transformation today. The Department of Communication and Community Development Sciences is partnering with the European Alliance for Innovation to host the conference. This conference serves the best interest not only for the academic, but also to the practitioners and policymakers. Ladies and gentlemen, as the Dean of the Faculty of Human Ecology, I explore the social aspect and scientific phenomena in society. RUSET stands as a crucial initiative. Particularly, it showcases how FEMA, specifically the Department of Communication and Community Development, can enhance our understanding of contemporary social developments, especially in rural change, sustainable agri-food system, robust agriculture 4.0, and inclusive community development. Changes in the environment and advancements in technology are significant factors that bring about substantial transformations in rural life, affecting various aspects such as social dynamics, economic condition, cultural practice, and even the ecological balance. These shifts are observable through alterations in livelihood pattern, local organization, ecosystem, and the way people interact with the land and surroundings. It causes marginalization of the rural community and worsen their quality of life. The most effective way to tackle these challenges is through international cooperations. It's proven that global efforts are essential to build a more sustainable future for rural communities. This conference offers a chance to explore diverse situations for multiple viewpoints within our community. Additionally, it is expected that the participants of practitioners, scholars, and researchers will enhance understanding and provide inspiration regarding the challenges in rural areas. I am deeply convinced that RUSET has a potential to bolster global cooperation in research and education, particularly in the realm of rural studies and issues related to rural transformations. I want to convey my genuine appreciation to everyone involved, particularly the organizing committee, for their diligent work in coordinating this international conference. I also extend my thanks to the moderators, keynote speakers, and all the participants. I hope that this conference will be a successful and enjoyable occasion. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Sofian Chef, for the welcoming speech. And finally, we welcome Director of IPB University, Professor Dr. Arif Satria, SPMSE, for the final welcoming speech. But unfortunately, Professor Dr. Arif Satria wouldn't be able to stand here with us today, and we will hear his speech through the following video. Professor Arif's speech also marks the official opening of RUSET 2024. Let us watch the video together.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Dean of Faculty of Human Ecology, IPB University, Honorable Head of Department of Communication and Community Development Science, Honorable Chair Committee of RUSET 2024, Honorable Professor Dr. Syed Alatas from National University of Singapore, Honorable Dr. Anna Schneider from University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign, Honorable Professor Dr. Stella Christie from Tsinghua University, Honorable Dr. Manikam Govindaraju from Taylor University, Malaysia, Honorable Dr. Korakit Chomgran from Kasasa University, outstanding speakers, moderator, professors, researchers, and all our participants. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the 5th International Conference on Rural Socio-economic Transformation, or RUSET, today. The conference is hosted by the Department of Communication and Community Development in collaboration with European Alliance for Innovation. This conference benefits not just academics, but also practitioners and policymakers, catering to their specific needs and interests. Ladies and gentlemen, as a rector of IPB University, I'm sure that RUSET will be one of the most interesting conference in 2024 from IPB, covering rural transformation issues from social, economic, cultural to the ecological transformation. As we may already know, rural community have transformed fundamentally within the last decade. The transformation includes a wide range of rural life, such as local institutions, livelihood systems, population structure, ecosystem, and relation to the land. This conference is the best moment to collaborate and find inspiration from expert practitioners and researchers on the issue of socioeconomic transformation in rural areas. I believe that the RUSET can strengthen international collaboration in research and education, especially on rural studies or rural transformation issues. On behalf of IPB University, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to the conference committee as well as the Department of Communication and Community Development Science, Faculty of Human Ecology, for their efforts to see this 5th RUSET conference a success. Also, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all stakeholders, especially for the organizing committee who have been working hard to organize this international conference, to moderator and keynote speakers and all participants. I hope this conference will be successful and enjoyable event. With these words, I declare the 5th International Conference on Rural Socio-economic Transformation, or RUSET, in SKPM open. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Arif Satria, for the welcoming speech. Coming up to the plenary session, there are 3 keynote speakers, Professor Dr. Syed Farid Alatas, Dr. Anna Schneider, and Dr. Jimanikam. This session will be guided by our moderator, Professor Dr. Insinyur Arya Hadi Darmawan, MSc AGR.
All right, now, before we start the plenary session, let us watch the profile of our outstanding moderator and our amazing keynote speakers. So now, we will hand over the session to our moderator, Professor Dr. Insinyur Arya Hadi Darmawan, MSc AGR. To Professor Arya Hadi Darmawan, the time is yours.
Just to make a bit relaxed, yeah, because I'm seeing the process of the ceremonial opening session is very tense. So welcome to the first session, and we are very thankful that we have already had Professor Syed Farid Alatas and Dr. Ann Snyder and also Dr. Manikam Govindaraju, yeah. CS will be online. CS will be online in the session, yeah. So sorry. Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. Thank you. So I would like to invite right now Professor Syed to come forward, and then Dr. Ann Snyder, just take a seat on your place, and Dr. Monikam. I cannot see the face. Dr. Monikam is already online. Yeah, please just take a seat. Let me first introduce Dr. Ann Snyder, whom I know very well because we are connected for many years from the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign. Yeah, she is. I have to read it. Yeah, just to avoid the failure. Yeah. An international agricultural development specialist at the University of Illinois Agriculture Research and Administration Institute for the Prevention of Post-Harvest Loss. Yeah, she got so many PhD degree from France and also from Spain. Yeah, and then from United States. Yeah, from Illinois, and Professor Syed Faris Alatas. He is right now in NUS, National University of Singapore. I was there last month. Yeah, it's a very nice place and very good university, and with a very good scenery of campus in Singapore. And then Dr. Manikam Govindaraju. She is a senior lecturer at the School of Media and Communication, Faculty of Social Sciences and Leisure Management, Taylor University in Malaysia. So please give applause to our three keynote speakers. So to make a shortcut, then I would like to give first to the lady first, yeah. I think to Anna and then to Professor Syed, yeah. 20 minutes for you and then 22 minutes also for you. So first 20 minutes for Anna. You have got it. Thank you. Saya duduk sini ya. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'm looking forward to talking to all of you over the next few days and to hear about your research. I was looking at the title of this conference, talking about rural socioeconomic transformation. And so I want to talk a little bit more about transformation and what it takes. And I'm really interested to hear all of your interpretations and how you conceptualize transformation. And I want to give you a little bit of a few thoughts about how I'm conceptualizing transformation in my work. So I've got a few examples from my own work to talk to you about. And I hope that it will give you some interest and some perspective on how I'm thinking about transformation. And so for transformation, it really implies, right, not just something that's sustainable and something that's a profound change in the way we do things, in the way people relate with each other. For transformation, we're thinking more about really getting to the underlying root causes of inequality and addressing the power structures that are causing this inequality. And so we're thinking not just about the individual and building the capacities of an individual or working with individuals, even if we're working with individuals in a group, but really thinking about how we can improve the empowerment in terms of the decision-making abilities of people, how they interact with institutions, how they have the relations in the household and and their relationships with other institutions and the power inequalities. Okay, the next slide, please. So I've chosen to think about transformation from a framework of a gender transformative approach, because most of my work deals with gender, at least on some level. And so we're looking at different ways that we could classify a project, a training session, a program, or any sort of activity that we're trying to think about. And so I'm looking at it from a continuum, from a gender negative point of view all the way up to a gender transformative. And as we move along this continuum, we're seeing we're working toward more gender equality. And so from a gender negative point of view, we're thinking about a program that just reinforces gender inequalities, something that doesn't challenge the social roles in a society, but just reinforces those. The people making the decisions are the same people making the decisions, and the people cut out from this decision-making process. This is perpetuated in a program, all the way up to a gender transformative approach that is addressing the root causes of inequality. You can imagine that not every program can be gender transformative, right? It takes a lot of effort. It takes a lot of we have to work beyond just the individual, but we have to look at the power structures. We have to look at the institutions. We have to look at the decision-making processes. Thank you. The decision-making processes and the structures for making the powers, the ways that decisions are being made. Next slide, please. So the first project that I'm going to tell you about is in northern Ghana. The context in northern Ghana is a lot of social inequality between men and women, lower levels of literacy, lower levels of education for women. There's a lot of social norms about a lot of division of labor, norms about what women do in agriculture, what men do in agriculture. Like many places, women are mostly responsible for post-harvest processing of grains. And so this project was about improving post-harvest practices, getting access to post-harvest technologies, Was an external evaluation that I did, so I was not involved in the implementation of the project, but we just came back a few years later to look at some of the results of the project. The next slide, please. So the three technologies that we were looking at were the hermetic bags that you can see in the picture, which is a simple technology to reduce post-harvest losses and improve the storage of grains. The moisture meter that you can see on top of the bag, which is a way of testing the humidity of the grains in order to make sure that they are adequately dried before storage. And the community aggregation centers or warehouses where the grain is stored. And these technologies were introduced into communities in northern Ghana in order to by an NGO extension workers. So not the government extension workers, but through a project with the NGO. And the people were taken from the village to the regional capital in order to have training and go back into their communities and make sure that these technologies were utilized. And we used a methodology called a gender technology assessment. So we look at how a technology is introduced into the community, what extension methods are used, how that technology, how the methods change the gender dynamics within the agricultural system, whether the who benefits from the technology is changes the gender roles in agriculture. And what we found was that overall the access to post-harvest technologies improved for everyone in the community. Everyone in the community had access to these technologies through their farmer groups. But we also found that only the men were controlling the access to these technologies. So the women did not have control over the technologies, but they had access to them. And so this is really limiting how much it can really transform a community. So the next slide, please. So within the farmer groups, while men and women are both involved in the farmer groups, they're both members of the farmer groups. The men are the leaders of the farmer groups, and the women are attend but are not involved in any of this decision-making processes. A lot of the decisions are made when the women are at the market on market days, and so there's really not an opportunity for them to be part of this decision-making process. Also, the low literacy of the women really prevents them from being someone who's taking notes from at the meeting, someone who is keeping records within the farmers organization. And so we found that by bringing all of the farmers to the regional capital for the training, this really precluded the women's participation. To be gone for an entire day or for several days just wasn't possible on short notice. They had responsibilities around the home. And so did the project meet its goals? Well, it did, because its goals were simply to improve the access to post-harvest technologies within the village. And so that goal was completed. But did it address, was it gender transformative? It wasn't. Can we look at the next slide, please? So if we were going to classify this project along this continuum of gender negative to gender transformative, I see it somewhere around the gender sensitive to gender blind area, because there was sort of a consciousness about women, engaging women in this, but the engagement was not did not start at the design of the project. It was sort of an afterthought that women should have access to this technology, but really didn't address some of the problems. And what would it have taken? It would have taken, well, frankly, a lot more effort, because it would need to have these women in the farmers organizations in more of a leadership role, which would have taken quite a bit of training to get them ready for that type of role. Next slide, please. The next project I'd like to talk about is from Honduras and Zambia. And again, this is an external evaluation, and it's from a baseline study that we looked at before the project had even been implemented, and now we're looking at the midline data. And but what I want to talk about is access to water. And so both in Honduras and in Zambia, access to water is a problem. And the burden of finding water mainly falls on women and girls. And particularly in Zambia, the contexts are a bit different. In Zambia, the water supply is consistent, but it's quite far away. And so women and girls have to spend a lot of time in their day to go fetch water. Whereas in Honduras, the access to water is a bit closer, but there are many days that there just isn't any water available at that location. And so just very briefly, we looked at, in our baseline data, we looked at the women's access to water, and we linked that with her empowerment. And we were looking at our reverse causality, not that access to water improved a woman, or not that having more empowerment improves your access to water, but that a woman having access to water improves her empowerment, by addressing some of these underlying problems of inequality. And so what we found was the women who had better access to water had more self-efficacy. In other words, they were more likely to agree with a statement that says something like, I have access to all of the things I need to change my life. I feel that I am in control over the things that I do. And so we are hoping that by improving the access to water for some of these women, we'll be able to improve their this will improve their self-efficacy and their empowerment. And so when you think about how we're really getting to these underlying problems, women who have to spend 6 hours a day going to fetch water, this means that girls are being taken out of school. They don't have the same opportunities as others. Better access to water in schools means that better access to hygiene in schools means that adolescent girls don't drop out of school as much. And better access to hygiene and sanitation in markets means that women don't miss so many days being out in the market, being out in the workplace. Next slide, please. And the last context I'd like to talk about is Indonesia. And so we're looking at farmers organizations. This is one of our current projects in Indonesia. And we wanted to think about how we could have a more meaningful, transformative approach. So we look at some projects with women's farmers organizations. And what we found is that a lot of the training was at the individual level, right? Even if the women were in groups, they were being trained by extension at an individual level about how to improve their production practices, about how to improve yields. But it doesn't address some of the problems of access to markets, how they interact with institutions, how decisions are being made. And it seemed that extension has a certain idea of of how what women's groups are and how they interact with them, how they what the limitations are. And so it's sort of like a gender role. We have these societal norms of what a women's group is versus what a farmers group of mostly men are. There are fewer links with public private partnerships with women's groups. And so we've designed a training program for extension workers on how they can transform some of these farmer groups. And we'll be looking at some of our midterm progress later next week. But how we went about it was we did a gender analysis. We talked about how about these inequalities within the farmers groups, at home, within society, and how just by talking about how these inequalities exist and how women's burden of time management addresses make some of these problems, we're hoping that we can get at some of these underlying problems. We also addressed women's access to not just producing more, but how do they go out and be able to market more and really further their farmer groups? How do they make decisions? How do they collaborate together to set goals and make decisions within their organization? Next slide. And so we're hoping that we will be toward this gender transformative end of the spectrum by looking at by not just addressing the individual, but looking at the larger system of extension and how it how they interact with women, and really getting the women, the farmer groups, the families, the households, extension itself to start thinking about gender inequalities and the different time burdens, the different societal norms that we think about, who's making the decision and how we can engage more people in the decision-making process. Okay, next slide, please. And so what does it take to transform communities? I think it takes quite a lot. We have to really think of these problems of inequality at a systemic level or a holistic level, and address not just the individual, not just the group, but the entire system, the institutions and the policies. Last slide, please. And so terima kasih, thank you for your attention. And if you need more information, you can see a little bit more about our work at agreach.illinois.edu and the Institute for the Prevention of Post-Harvest Loss at the University of Illinois. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Just give applause. I think we have a lot from the speech of Anna, transforming the community through transforming the gender equality and better access to the women, and how to better the position of women in the decision-making processes and also in the development processes. Something that I'm wondering from your presentation is you didn't touch about the gender sensitiveness, how to deal with it, yeah, and how to deal with the gender risk about the abuse and violence and so on. Yeah, but just keep the question from me. Now we are turning to Professor Syed Alatas. Yeah, so you have the same time, 20 minutes, and time is yours.
Oke, selamat pagi, salam sejahtera. Sebenarnya saya sediakan pemaparan saya dalam bahasa, tapi yang mana lebih bagus? bahasa atau Inggris? Ya? Kenapa? English okay ya? Okay. Okay. I prepared in Malay, but never mind. So I want to speak about how our knowledge in the social sciences and humanities has an effect on the way we think about the world, and possibly also how we act in the world. Because knowledge creation is not simply a process that is affected by what we see, what we observe. It's also affected by certain orientations, certain, let's say, ideologies. And we are often unaware of how these ideologies affect the way we think about the world, and we imagine that what we think reflects an objective reality. So this is the problem. Now, there are many orientations which affect the process of knowledge production, but the one I want to focus on is Eurocentrism. And this is an issue, of course, that has been discussed in Indonesia for decades, since the 1950s. But let me just give you a couple of examples. In fact, yesterday, I attended the sixth Sayogyo and Pujiwati Sayogyo lectures at the Sayogyo Institute. And there, one of the speakers, Dr. Riwanto, gave discussed an interesting issue. This is the critique of Clifford Geertz, the well-known anthropologist Clifford Geertz. Now, in Clifford Geertz, in one of his works, he says that Indonesian society is based on aliran. You know this, of course, better than I do. So you have Abangan, Santri, Priayi. So Indonesia is divided into aliran. Now, what this means is that Indonesia has no classes. There are no classes. Or perhaps it could mean that the class dimension, if there is one, is less important. Now, so the point is this. It is not just an academic exercise. There is an effect on society. In this sense, there's an effect on politics. Because when you say that there are no classes, it means that there are no power relations along class lines. You are actually presenting a very conservative image of society, of course, without realizing it. And it is possibly, as was discussed yesterday at the lecture, it is possibly in line, this idea of Indonesia being divided according to aliran rather than class. It's more in line with the politics of the new order, Orde Baru, which tended to downplay class inequalities. Because when you say there are no classes, meaning there are no class inequalities, right? Especially if you take the view that class positions are a matter of access to resources, control of the means of production, and so on. Here you have a dominant anthropologist from the United States who has a particular view, whose view becomes dominant in Indonesian anthropology, which has an effect not only on Indonesian anthropologists and scholars, but also on politics, right? So, so here you have, theoretical perspective that is seemingly objective, based on reality, based on Clifford Geertz's fieldwork, actually, but which is very problematic in terms of how it can be used to deny the reality of class and has an impact on politics as well. So this is an example of what I mean by Eurocentrism. Now, to be more systematic about it, when we talk about Eurocentrism and how it affects the way we think about our reality, there are at least 3 characteristics of Eurocentric discourse. One is false universalism. False universalism. Universalisme yang palsu. Yeah? I'll give you an example. In the social sciences, in almost all the social sciences, a basic dichotomy is town and country, right? Town and country. Kota dan desa, right? This is a basic. Even here in Indonesia, you have this basic dichotomy. Now, without us realizing it, see, this dichotomy is
Archer, because I haven't really seen the system.
This dichotomy reflects not a universal experience, but it reflects a European experience. Because in Europe, in the late feudal period, you have a conflict between the town and the country, the town and the countryside, between the feudal classes and the classes based in the cities, which ultimately resulted in the rise of modern capitalism. So the history of modern Europe is founded on this relationship between town and country. Therefore, town and country, the distinction town and country, is a foundational. They are foundational concepts. It's a foundational dichotomy in the modern social sciences as they emerged or developed in Europe. Now, this is totally irrelevant to us. Although it is relevant to us, it's not reflected in our social sciences, it's not reflected in our textbooks, in the way we think. Because for us, the basic dichotomy is not town and country. When I say us, I mean the Malay world, the Nusantara, Indonesia, Malaysia, our whole region. Yeah. The basic dichotomy is laut dan darat, is land and sea, because we have these concepts, orang laut dan orang darat, right? You have it also in Indonesia, in Java, certainly in Sumatra. I'm sure you have it in Java also. It's land and sea. Why do we have land and sea? Because for centuries, people lived on the sea. The sea is not just a means of communication, going from one place to another. People actually lived, the orang laut, the so-called orang laut, the so-called sea people. This is, of course, a colonial term, the sea gypsies, Lanun. But the so-called sea people, orang laut, did not simply make a living from the sea, but they lived on the sea. Right? They are the aquatic equivalent of desert nomads, discussed by Ibn Khaldun. Desert nomads who are nomadic in the desert regions of North Africa and some parts of the Middle East. The orang laut were actually sea nomads because they lived on the sea and they moved around from place to place, and they had an intimate connection with the land, in the sense that among the various things they did was to provide military support to the sultanates that were land-based. So anyway, there are many things to say about this, but the point is you have sea, land, and sea, which is the important dichotomy. Not only that, on land itself, water is very important for us because you have Orang Hilir and Orang Hulu, right? So, but you will not find this in our textbooks. In our textbooks in anthropology and sociology, which are basically translations of either British or American textbook, you won't find this. So there's something wrong with the way we are thinking and the way we are teaching, right? So this false universalism is one thing. Now, the other characteristic of Eurocentrism is distortion of reality. Pemutar balikan kenyataan, distortion of reality, right? So, for example, the entire colonial project, starting from, I mean the European colonial project, starting from 1492, can use that as the beginning of European colonization, the so-called discovery of America. I say so-called because here you also have a false universalism because, it is as if mankind discovered America, right? When actually it was a European discovery. Of course, obviously the people who are in America knew America already, right? And it's also possible, it's quite likely that the Africans had already, there's some evidence, well, some discussion, it's debatable, whether Africans had gone to America before Christopher Columbus. But anyway, but also the distortion comes in when it is said, and this is a general colonial trope, that the societies that the Europeans went to were devoid of civilization. They had no statecraft, they had no political theories, they had no sophisticated civilization. And that continues today. For example, the European colonization of Palestine is also based on the idea that Palestine has no culture and no civilization. This is a very recent idea. I mean, it goes back to about 100 years ago. The whole idea that Palestine is a land without people for a people without a land, right? That is also a very colonial idea, and it's not that different from what the early Spaniards and Portuguese were saying about America. So here you have a distortion also. And in fact, after, I think in the last 20, 30 years, there's been more research done on Palestine to discuss, to show that Palestine was a thriving society. It had thriving agriculture. Many people did not know that during Ottoman times, Palestine was a major exporter of cotton and other products, and that on the eve of the colonization, on the eve of the British mandate, the British occupation of Palestine, and then later on European Zionist occupation, Palestine had a culture. They had symphonies. They had some developing industries. They had libraries, and I mention libraries because many of the private personal libraries of Palestinians in what is now called Israel today were actually looted. Something like 70,000 volumes of works from Palestinian homes in Jerusalem were looted. Books in Arabic, in English, in French, on various subjects, and there are records of this. So distortion is another thing. Now, and I can, we can give so many other examples. Let me just give you a simple example. In Indonesia, what is the religion of people in Bali? Yeah, so we use the term Hindu, not realizing that this is not correct, because there, in the 16th century, prior to the Dutch coming, the Balinese did not call themselves Hindu, because there wasn't such a thing, a religion called Hinduism to begin with, in India or anywhere else. The idea of Hindu is again a colonial or European construction. Al-Biruni, you've heard of Al-Biruni. Al-Biruni was a scholar from what is now called Uzbekistan in the 10th century. Al-Biruni spent 13 years in India. This is about 1,000 years ago, and there's no, what we call Hinduism today, for Al-Biruni, was several religions. And the Indians also understood themselves as consisting of several religions. Of course, there's a unity. There are some common ideas, a lot of common ideas, a great sense of unity, but they did not understand their various faiths to constitute one religion, and there was no name, whether Hinduism or any other name, right? Hinduism is largely a European construction that, they probably looking at India through the lens of Christianity. And Christianity had one religion, many sects and denominations, and I think they imposed that model onto India. When the Dutch came to Indonesia, they saw the Javanese and the Balinese worshipping similar deities like Shiva and Vishnu, similar deities that you find in India, and then they assume that this is a religion called Hinduism. So there are so many examples of this. If we are not thinking, if we're not aware of this problem of Eurocentrism, then we may imagine that the way we think reflects an objective reality, when it may not. So we really need to be serious about examining our concepts and categories. Yeah, okay, so I'll just end with this. Our problem is, Malaysia, Indonesia, we don't take our language seriously. Yeah, we don't take our language seriously. We use our language just to translate, just to communicate, and when it comes to language, when it comes to knowledge creation in the social sciences, we use it to translate from English mainly, right? We don't take our language as a source of concepts and ideas. Ya, kita tidak menganggap bahasa kita sebagai khazanah, sumber untuk mewujudkan konsep dan teori. I mean, for example, migration. We use the term migrasi, right? Okay. But if you take language seriously, you will find there are so many words that actually refer to different concepts of migration. For example, in Malay, there is berhijrah and merantau. But migration refers to movement of people. Berhijrah is one kind of movement, merantau is another kind of movement. And in a small village in Negeri Sembilan in Malaysia, the Malaysian geographer Abdul Samad Hadi, came up with 3 or 4 concepts of movement of people. Ngelmu, nginap, modok. Huh? Is it mondok? Mondok, you have it here too. So, for example, mondok means no movement, right? Isn't it the same thing here? That means people don't move anywhere. Very interesting. You have a concept that expresses non-movement, right? And then nginap is when you move for a few days, right? Merantau is when you move for good, but you return. to visit, right? So, and that's just from one village in Negeri Sembilan. No doubt in other parts of the Malay Peninsula, Semenanjung Melayu, there would be other concepts. And imagine Indonesia, from Sumatra to, to Java and to other places. Therefore, take the language seriously. Don't simply translate American or British textbooks. Not that I have anything against American textbooks. I mean, the issue is not. It's nothing to do with being against America, right? Our attitude of simply translating and not looking at our own intellectual tradition or experience on the ground and developing ideas and concepts in order to develop our various disciplines. This is our problem. And therefore we need to be serious about language, to regard language as a source of ideas. I just want to, 30 seconds left, right? Berapa minit lagi? Okay, 20 seconds. You have an original tradition of knowledge creation, which originated in Indonesia, maybe the only one in the social sciences, and that is the ideas and tradition that comes from Sayogyo, which I think in general Indonesian scholars do not take seriously. The other tradition, so this is what is known as Mazhab Bogor. Yeah, Mazhab Bogor. Now the only other tradition that we have in Nusantara is Sekolah Ilmu Mandiri yang berasal daripada karya Syed Hussein Alatas. Keduanya, Syed Hussein Alatas dan Sayogyo, ada hubungan yang intimate dengan Bogor. Ya, Sayogyo aslinya Jawa Tengah, tapi tinggal di Bogor, ya. Dan pemikiran beliau menjelma di Bogor. Syed Hussein Alatas itu lahir di Bogor. Ya, anak Bogor. Sebelum pindah ke Malaysia. Ya. Jadi keduanya tradisi dalam penghasilan ilmu di Nusantara ini berasal dari Bogor, ya, mazhab Bogor dan mazhab atau sekolah ilmu mandiri. So I think this is something interesting for us to also discuss maybe later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, give applause to Professor Set. I think we got so many insightful ideas from Professor Set that the creation of knowledge is always affected by ideologies, yeah. And our homework right now is how to increase our awareness that we are as a Malayan, not to dichotomize between Western and Eastern society, and how to escape from the colonialization of the knowledge. Yeah. So we are using knowledge from United States and European countries, and ignoring our knowledge from ourselves. Yeah. I think very interesting, provoking ideas. Maybe we can elaborate more your ideas. Now I'm moving to the next presenter, speakers. Ibu, it is very difficult sorry. Dr. Manikam Govindaraju, yeah. She is right now online. So I think time is yours, Madam. Please.
Thank you very much, Doctor. It's really an honor to share this space with Prof. and Dr. Anna. So thank you so much for having me today. I've been really learning a lot. I'm from media and communication background. I'm from Taylor's University. So my knowledge in terms of agriculture per se is not much, but what I have done here is something related to promoting agriculture and creating awareness on agriculture. So which is what I would like to share today. Please allow me to share my screen. I'm not able to share my screen. So can I be allowed my share my screen, please? Thank you.
So go ahead for the.
Yeah, I am. Are you able to see my screen?
So already visible. Just go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. So, okay, my topic today here is about the forgotten pillar, which is agriculture, and how I have worked together with my students in terms of reigniting the awareness on agriculture. So here I would like to share only two things in terms of understanding the current landscape of agriculture awareness, as well as the strategies that I have carried out with my students in terms of enhancing public engagement in agriculture. So, so we all know what is agriculture and how important agriculture is to as an economic backbone to societies, as well as cultural and social significance, and in terms of sustainability and how important it is in terms of feeding the entire nation, global nation. Okay, so here when we look at how important agriculture is, the productivity, in terms of productivity sector, this is the highest. Agriculture is the highest. It contributes to about 53.3, percent here. And sorry, the other sectors, the service sectors, is the lowest. However, the effect of urbanization, educational disconnect, and most importantly, media neglect has contributed in terms of disinterest in agriculture among many global society. People don't want to do agriculture. People don't want to participate in agriculture. They don't want to know anything about agriculture. So this is where I found the gap, because I find that when I did research in terms of agriculture news, very little news has been projected on agriculture, the opportunities available, and so on. So we all know the importance of media in shaping perceptions. And media serves as a tool to influence public opinion, to cover about disparities, to provide engagement. So they are very, very important in terms of telling people, hey, here's the opportunity. Here is something that you can do. But they are not doing it. What they focus in terms of media is very much on sensational news, news on politics, news on celebrities, news on negative news. So that is sensational for them. So I found that this can be changed, should be changed. So I looked at the statistics here. Even in Indonesia, agriculture news only constitute about 5% of total media reporting. However, in Malaysia, it's slightly higher, it's about 7%. And it contribute that there's a significant underrepresentation compared to sectors like what I mentioned earlier, technology, politics, and so on. So there's a stark difference here. So now what happened was, this was where I brought in my students, because I teach final year public relations, students consultancy. We call ourselves the profession in public relations. So I will share with you, these are some of the students that I teach, and we have continuously embarked in terms of public relations project to promote awareness on agriculture. Now, these are some of the projects that we have embarked on since 2020. So 2020 is when the COVID-19 pandemic happened. So this gave us an opportunity to look at how important agriculture was or is, because what was important during that time is not about industry in manufacturing and so on. What was important is for people to eat. They need food. So the only sector that was going around without stopping was the food industry. So this was where we looked at collaboration. So how we collaborated is through the Department of Agriculture in Malaysia. So I managed to contact the Director General of Department of Agriculture in Malaysia. So he suggested, yes, we can do this, but it was all through online. So he said, why not you all do something on looking at the food safety? So we came up with first project, which was on how safe is your food, because people are looking at food, but they're not looking at the safety of food, whether the food is contaminated, whether the food has high rate of chemical. And we all know in terms of increasing your agriculture produce, you tend to use a lot of pesticides, a lot of chemical infused, because if you don't use chemical, obviously your productivity will reduce. So he said, why not you create this awareness in terms of how important is the food that you're feeding yourself, your children, your family. So we came up with the first project, How Safe is Your Food, where we had all the online forums and we brought in experts from Malaysia, from Netherlands, from Thailand. So they did all this online forum. They gave the talks. And next was promoting local fruits. So the local fruits here, the second campaign was Local Buah for You. And it continued because they saw the result. Department of Agriculture, they said, this is something that we have not done before with students from media and communication, because all the time we do is R&D. So R&D was very much into, what kind of research that we can do in terms of create better quality and so on. But how to get this to public? This was very important because media was not giving importance to this. So we said, okay, never mind, we will work on this, because what is important are the younger generation, because you can't really change the mindset of the adults. So get to the younger generation. So the younger generation is the students. So this is why we worked on the third project in 2021 was Jom Harum Manis. Harum Manis is the mango. So people do not actually know how lucrative is this Harum Manis business is. So there were so many graduates were unemployed, and Department of Agriculture has the opportunity where they can actually get the seeds from Department of Agriculture and start their own farming. But of course, the Harum Manis, they've tried in many, many parts, but it was only able to grow well in the northern part of the peninsula, which is Perlis. So we managed to speak to some of the farmers, the growers of Harum Manis, and they shared with us how lucrative their income is in terms of Harum Manis. So they only need to work for about 6 months or less than that in terms of their earnings, and they can have that earning for the next 2 years. This is what they shared with us. So that's how lucrative the business is. And of course, the Harum Manis has to be endorsed by the Department of Agriculture through MyGAP. MyGAP is Malaysia Good Agricultural Practice Endorsement. So it means less pesticide, less meaning allowed a limited allowance of pesticide, limited usage of pesticide. So without MyGAP endorsement, they are unable to export to China, to Singapore, to European countries and so on. So this gave another enlightenment to us. We were like, what is my gap? So we didn't know about my gap. I doubt many Malaysians know about my gap because none of us knew about it. So then we came up with another campaign called Catch Up My Gap and My Gap, My Lives to promote what is my gap and how farmers actually can adapt to this, how they can be guided by the Department of Agriculture through their, in their farm, so that they will be able to earn better income. So this is something that we did. So following that, we had a pesticide-free campaign where, seeing all this result, a corporate company also approached us. This corporate company was actually working together with Department of Agriculture, and they were working in terms of pesticide-free. So they said, okay, join us. We are doing all this pesticide-free farming. So work with us to promote pesticide-free campaign. So we work together with them as well as Department of Agriculture. And following that, we were able to be part of the team that worked with Asia Smart Farming Conference, the first Asia Smart Farming Conference that was launched last year. So we were part of that conference proudly. So we were able to engage with many experts, global experts, who came and promoted the best farming process, the best farming strategies, the tools, the technologies, and so on. So how did we do this? So we can't do this by ourselves because we have zero knowledge in this. So what we did was we always collaborated with industry. So when we collaborate, there are two ways of promotion. So one is virtual, one is physical. If it's physical, then we do at the event site. We come up with events, we come up with a lot of activities where we engage with the stakeholders, we engage with the public. Another one is promotions. Promotions, the physical promotions can be like, okay, we have some competitions at the site, the event site, and people can actually take part and learn more. And most of our promotions will go on virtual. So we had online forums, online news, Facebook. We have our own Facebook, the Pro Passion account, Instagram as well, newsletter. And of course, now we also use TikTok. Okay, so these are some of the, I will share with you some of the engagements that we have done at the farm, with the corporate CEO of ABS Green Tech, and also with Department of Agriculture. So all the officers, they came together, and also from Mardi. So they gave us information that we can use to publish our newsletter, and also in terms of publishing in online news media. So this is sample of one of the newsletters that we have actually published. And then these are some of the news releases, and that's our Facebook page. So what we thought was, instead of hoping that the mainstream media will take on these news and publish this and give importance to agriculture, we decided to take charge and try to come up with some changes. So yeah, so the impact of the projects led us to sign a collaboration with Taylor's University, where the Department of Agriculture's corporate stakeholder decided to sign an MOU with us, so that we have a prolonged continuity of projects in terms of promoting agriculture. So we have this increased engagement with stakeholders. We don't just focus on general public, we also focus on farmers. So some of these social media collaterals were also promoted on the website of Department of Agriculture. So this gave us a boost. This motivated us to perform better. This also gave us a sense of satisfaction that we are doing something that is relevant and meaningful for the society. So this was the Department of Agriculture's Director General. These were his feedback, and also the Director of Extension, Agriculture and Agro-Based Industry, Pondona, her feedback, and also the Director of Crop Quality Control Division, Tuan Azrin, his feedback. And we also received many community feedback, because one of the projects that we did was to, the Young Agriculture campaign is where we try to promote opportunities that were available, that were given by the Department of Agriculture to the young graduates who were unemployed and were looking for some sort of training to start their own farming and lack of direction. So we came up with the campaign, and these were some of the feedback that we received from the public. So these were the students' testimony, where they came up with, how they experienced this, how meaningful it was, because many times people will think that, oh, public relations is about different. They will deal with something different, something with events, something with something celebration, that sort of thing. But when we looked at agriculture, these students were not even exposed to any farming or agriculture. They've not even touched the soils. They're all from cities. So when they had to go and do all these things, it was something meaningful for them as well. So these were some of the forums that we created, and we had all the experts who came and shared. So these were some of the online campaigns, some of the promotion materials that we created on Facebook, on Instagram. And these were the physical activities that we created. These were some of the articles that we have written and were published on online media. So from all these activities that we have created, Department of Agriculture gave us the honor to present our work at the Maha 2020. So we were able to share our project, and we were able to show public how important that, despite being, in tertiary education, know nothing about agriculture, but we can actually give some meaningful exposure to the public in terms of agriculture. So through collaborative approaches, we bring the stakeholders together. It's not just about farmers, it's not just about educators. We brought in media professionals as well, and the community leaders, in order to create something significant in terms of bring awareness on opportunities that are available and things that they can do with Department of Agriculture for themselves. So we all know that media is the most powerful entity in the world because it controls the masses' minds. Therefore, the masses' mindset on agriculture can only be changed if media start giving attention, to this sector, because we can't actually wait for someone else to do it. So why I have embarked on this area is because I wanted to give my students a niche area in public relations in terms of, if you're looking at event planning, if you're looking at product promotion, anyone can do it. Any PR practitioner can do it. But I want people to come to my students if they are looking for a niche area. If, let's say, they are looking for, okay, how do I promote agriculture? Something that not many would be interested to do. So I want my students to have that niche area. So that is why I have given importance to agriculture, and I find that the students have also learned a lot from this. So these are, the students, and this is one of the activities that we did.
2 minutes.
So we also received recognitions for our work. And for teaching innovation, I've also received Silver and Gold Award. Yeah, okay, that's me, and that's my email. If at all, you have any questions, then you want to ask me. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Give applause to Dr. Manikam Govinda Raju. I think it is also very important issues. Yeah. So, Dr. Manikam is starting with the deep concern on the loss of connection between generation in the farming society in our modern society, and then she is doing with the young agricultural campaign strategy how to promote agriculture that is very interesting to the interesting to the to young generation, and she provoke a, a criticism about the R&D that is producing innovation, but without any connection with the businesses societies. Yeah, so there is no connection and communication between two sectors, and that is why then the young generation do not want to run a business. So with her research, then she is doing how to connect between innovation and by using a media and mode of communication to connect between innovation and younger generation, and she is doing very well with the research. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like now to enter to the discussion session in this room and also online. So everybody in the online is also welcome to raise hand and give a question. What I'm just to a short to give a short notice to Professor Shet, you have already mentioned about three characteristics of Eurocentrism. You have already mentioned two type of, but you forget the last one. Yeah, maybe you can highlight the last characteristic of Eurocentrism that affecting our knowledge. Yeah, and for Dr. Anna Snyder is about how to escape from the gender violence, gender abuse, and also gender risk that we are now experiencing in our society. Yeah? And I think now I would like to invite from the floor, from this room. You can also use bahasa Indonesia, then I will translate it. Or you can use in bahasa Inggris or English. So first, ya, you, Ibu Siti Amanah, from, ya, hanya dua di sini. So, three, Ibu Pita, ya, Ibu Pita. And then from the online, from the Zoom, is there any? Siapa? Ada? No. Okay, only three person. So go ahead with your question.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I would like to ask questions, maybe two questions. The first one for Ibu Anna Snyder. The first question is if in Ghana, the community access to the water in Ghana, do the access to the water for a woman change the role and family structure in the
your name first, please?
My name is Gilandi Ramadan. I come from IPB. I just joined IPB these 3 months. I'm a new lecturer. So, and for the second question from for Mr. Alatas, it's a very interesting presentation, and I've heard the concept of embodied knowledge, embodied knowledge, the knowledge that doesn't really spoken or writing enough, but they already have in the it's more applied in the people. So it's especially we have a lot of this in Nusantara, I think. I don't know if it's true, but what do you think about that? About the embodied knowledge, the knowledge that doesn't really crystallize into writings or spoken materials. And I think we call it kearifan lokal maybe. And what your thought about it? Maybe that's a question for me. Thank you very much. And so,
Okay, thank you, Professor Arya Hadi Darmawan for.
Pardon? Professor Syed menjawab dulu.
Oh, okay.
So, or just collect. Okay. Yeah. Professor Syed want to. Anna first want to answer, yeah, about the Ghana and access of the water for the women, and then you about
And the violence? You want the first question?
yeah,
also?
first question.
Okay.
From
So the first question was about violence and how okay, just that one. Okay. As far as the context was Zambia. As far as the access to water and how it may or may not change the family structure. It's an excellent question, but we're not that far. This was only a baseline study, and so I think something like that would take quite a bit of time to see within the family structure. But one could imagine that, yes, maybe people having fewer children, not only because there's less need for gathering water, but maybe the women have more say in negotiations within the household and how many children the household is having. I think that's a very interesting question, but we're not there yet as far as having that type of longevity of information because the access of water was relatively recent. But thanks for the question.
So you don't want us to answer your question because you didn't let Dr. Snyder answer. So not fair. Yeah, it's okay. We can discuss it later, maybe. Okay. So the question about kearifan lokal. Okay. When you say embodied knowledge, it's just a fancy term.
get your mic closer.
When you say embodied knowledge, it's a fancy term for the knowledge of people in everyday life, which hasn't come into the social sciences. Now the point is that in the social sciences, our concepts either come from the high philosophical tradition of a particular society. Of course, the modern social sciences are Western and very much based on the high philosophical tradition of the West, particularly the Greeks, the Romans, and then later on Western Christian civilization, and of course the philosophical traditions that developed in Europe after the decline of the Roman Empire. So that's that source, right? So for example, the way we think about methods, the way we think about induction, deduction, demonstration, scientific method, all of this goes back ultimately to Aristotle. And then of course there are developments along the way, Bacon, Francis Bacon, Descartes, and so on. So that's a high tradition. Now, social science ideas and concepts also come from everyday life. Many of the concepts that we use in the social sciences have their origin in everyday life, which were then, identified by scholars, by philosophers, by sociologists, by anthropologists, and brought into the social sciences. For example, in Western, in the Christian tradition, among the theologians, but also among people in daily life, in daily conversation, in medieval times, you have this idea of calling, right? The calling. But some of the scholars like Max Weber bring that into sociology of religion. And now it's a concept in the sociology of religion. Similarly, concepts like salvation. So many things. The concepts I mentioned just now, ngelmu, mondok, nginep, merantau, these are all from everyday life of people, right? in our case, they have yet to come into the social sciences as concepts of migration. So I think that's the point.
Discussion. Okay, no, yeah, you turn, but Ibu Amanah first, and then Ibu Pita, and then you, yeah? Okay, Bu Amanah.
Okay, thank you, Professor Arya, for giving me the opportunity to raise question. It's just only one question to Anna, Dr. Anna Snyder. From the case studies that you share with us in the four country, Ghana, Zambia, Honduras, and Indonesia, there is a interesting phenomena or the fact that actually the gender relation between male and female farmers in four countries seem still long way to reach the gender transformation process. So my question is, what is the really root causes among the issue that arises in the case study, whether it is related to stereotyping, double burden, violence, or discrimination, uh, subordination? Probably that's why between female and male relationships still gap. Maybe there is a kind of narrowing the gap. For example, in Indonesia, we have a president decree number, I forgot the number 10 or 9, number 9 in 2010 about gender mainstreaming, but still long way also to reach gender empowerment index. We can talk about human development index very well because we already decreased the gender gap in education and also gender gap in social aspect would be, but in political in political and female leadership is still a long way to reach that. In relation to your four case study in four countries, what are the root causes of that so still exist up to date? Thank you, Bokari. Wow, that's a big question. I'm afraid I don't have a satisfying answer to you, but it's true that we see this across a lot of contexts. And I think like any problem, the root causes are multiple, and it's a very complex sort of problem, and we can't say that we can change it with one solution. And I think that there's some new research coming out of the US and some out of Europe that the opposite is now a concern. There's a new book called I think it's called What's the Matter with Men, and it's looking at the opposite problem. Once we level this playing field, once we get rid of all of these barriers to education and start to see more equality in access to opportunities, the women take advantage of those opportunities, and it's now enrollment in university is much lower for men than it is for women, especially at higher levels, PhDs, medical doctors, and so I think we have to look at all of these problems together. Of course, education is one of the first problems that we have to look at and really increase access and equality to access to education. But it can't stop there. It has to go into the politics and the burden of women. Another interesting research from a colleague at University of Illinois was that they did something similar to our idea of enhancing these farmer groups. They had an agribusiness incubator for women in rural areas, and they found that it really had no impact on women's entrepreneurial
activity. And what did have impact, the only thing that had impact was, first of all, fast internet, and second of all, childcare. Because of such a problem of the double burden that women are responsible for childcare on top of their professional duties, that just offering them some relief from that burden really increased their entrepreneurial activities.
Okay, thank you. Is it already satisfied with you? Yeah, okay. Okay, just keep your hand. I would like then to Ibu Pita. Ibu Pita, can you also address your question to Ibu Manikam? Yeah. So in addition to our two guests, so we have online guests. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Bu Pita, go ahead with your question.
Thank you, Pak. Thank you, Prof. Thank you very much. Yes, the first I will ask to Dr. Anna. Honestly, my question is similar with Bu Amana, but maybe I stress in. I think why gender equality is the problem until now. This is a maybe long story. I think is it because we use a stereotype approach when we go to society. When we talk about gender, our mind is this is woman's problem, not our, I mean, men and women's problem. So that's why that maybe men think that this is outside of their problem. They not support from these issues. What is your opinion? And the next to Dr. Manika. If I'm not false from your explanation, you told about the supporting of media to increase the motivation in agriculture, especially from young generation. My question is there any, is there any technique or maybe methodology from university to increase the motivation from young generation in agriculture? Is there any maybe newly movement in technique or curriculum maybe? Thank you very much.
Yeah, so the question about are we looking at gender from one perspective? I think this sort of ties in with what we've been saying. There are some unspoken things in society. We have these gender roles that play into how we're thinking, the things that about our culture that are sort of intrinsic and we're not written down, but we all have some ideas about how things are. And when I go out to work with extension workers, to work with university workers, and we always start out talking about gender by what sort of baggage and what sort of opinions we're carrying along with us. Because if you're going out into societies, into villages, and talking to people about gender dynamics, you're bringing a lot of your own perceptions and opinions along with that, and so we have to recognize that we're maybe passing along some unspoken knowledge there. And it's true, we have to think about this as everybody's problem. And generally, I don't talk about gender equality, but equity. Let's talk about equity of services, because we have to. Equality it's not going to look the same. Equal access is not going to look the same for men and women, for youth, and adults, for marginalized and unmarginalized populations. So we have to think about what sort of extra accommodations need to be made so that everyone can equitably access services, can equitably access education, resources, things like that.
Turn to Ibu Manikam. Please.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Okay, if I understand the question well, you're asking about what technique or methodology or support being given by the institution or university, right? So at Taylor's, actually, I did mention earlier, we have actually signed an MOU with one of the corporate organization, ABS Green Tech. So what they have done is they have provided a space at Taylor's itself, and it's called Urban Farm, and it's run by the students of culinary school. So what they do here is they use zero pesticide, and they have their own set of vegetables that grow in that small plot, and those vegetables are actually used to produce their for their culinary skill, to produce food, in the restaurant. Because at Taylor's School of Culinary Hospitality, it's quite big. And it's quite famous as well at Taylor's. So whatever vegetables that are used in the dishes are actually homegrown, most of it, from the urban farm. So that is one of the opportunity that is given to the students as well to participate in this farming and to cultivate interest for them. So that is one of the techniques and support that has been given by the university in terms of this. So I hope that answered your question.
Did you include as well the approach of promoting agriculture in your curriculum in the university?
Okay, based on the MOU, ABS Green Tech did propose to have a curriculum to be taught at university, but that has not been successful yet because we don't have students who are participating in agriculture per se. So that is taken over by another institution, which is AEU. So they have taken up this, this curriculum, but not at Taylor's.
Okay, thank you. So I think now we invite the second. Yeah, first you and then the second. Oh, Ibu, yeah, and then you. Yeah, okay, good. Yeah. Just a moment. There is some question on the chat room. Saya nggak bisa baca. Untuk Dr. Manika. So just a second, yeah. So there is a question to Dr. Manikam. I cannot read it through. Can you read? Maybe Dr. Manikam, can you read through the question? And you can answer then. Yeah. One of the problem faced by the farmers is how to maintain production in certain quantities
with the quality desired by the market. If digital technology is used to promote agricultural products, it is often less successful because farmers cannot maintain production with the quality required by the market. Okay. What we are doing is not about promoting the quantity. What I have been doing with the students is more on creating awareness on the quality of the products. So what we are doing is that we work together with the Department of Agriculture so that we create an awareness on what are the safe food, what are the safe agricultural produce that people can consume so that they don't take in so much of chemical. So by working together with Department of Agriculture, they can get the support. That is the line that we are into. So I am not so sure I'm the right person to answer about the production because my aspect and knowledge is very much limited in terms of public relations, media, and in terms of creating an awareness, and not on R&D and about the quality of the products.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, so your turn.
Okay, good morning. I'm Geraldine from UKM, Anthropology and Sociology program. Professor Farid, nice to meet you again after so long. As always, yeah, I'm always very fascinated by your talk. Now, as we learn from your talk, Eurocentrism in knowledge production in the social sciences has been dominant, yeah, all this while. Yeah. So, for instance, through colonialism, colonialized societies. Now, today, how do you see knowledge production now in Asian societies? Yeah. Do you still see the dominance of Eurocentric influences? And that's one thing. And as we know, Asia is big. Do you see any differences between Asia and Southeast Asia? Yeah, because the history, of our society development so different between countries, yeah, societies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so please go ahead.
Thank you. Before I answer that, I wanted to also say that my talk was about Eurocentrism. In 20 minutes, there's not much I can say. I don't want people to have the impression that there aren't other problems that are unrelated to that are not related to Eurocentrism. For example, in Malaysia, we have other orientations, hegemonic orientations that affect knowledge creation, sectarianism, ethno-nationalism, specifically Malay ethno-nationalism. In India, you have Hindutva right, the Hindutva right, which affects knowledge production to the extent of distorting content of textbooks and so on. So Eurocentrism is not the only problem. But to answer your question, your questions are very, require long answers actually. Difference between Asia and Southeast Asia. When you talk about Asia, the country that really leads in terms of being aware of the problem of Eurocentrism is India, more than any other country in Asia, and maybe more than any country, with the exception of maybe Brazil, Argentina, some countries in Latin America. But India is very much leading. In our region, the backwardness in terms of being aware of these problems, probably the most backward is Singapore, followed by Malaysia and Indonesia. Well, I can't really comment on Vietnam and Thailand. I don't know Laos. I don't know what's going on in those places. But we're just talking about the countries that I know about in the region. The most advanced in terms of being critical, innovative, in terms of developing knowledge from their own intellectual traditions and from the ground are the Filipinos. Now, the problem, of course, is that we are so parochial that we don't care. I mean, in Singapore, in Malaysia, let me speak more about Malaysia because it's more appropriate to insult your own people, yeah? Or to, no, not insult, to critique, which some people might take as an insult. We are in Malaysia, but we don't even care about the academic discourses, theoretical developments in Indonesia, even though we have access to the language. But we don't care. We have no interest, with the exception of a few people who are interested, who work on Indonesia in Malaysia. Otherwise, we have no interest. We know very well about theoretical frameworks from the US, from the UK, to some extent the French, which is translated to English, and which becomes popular in the US, and we know about that as well. But about Indonesia, about the Philippines, we don't know. For example, in my opinion, our students in social sciences should learn the works of Jose Rizal, but we don't. Most people have never read him, and many have not heard of him, and even those who have heard of him have not read him. So I don't know what to say. I mean, we are in the same region. As far as Indonesia and Malaysia are concerned, we speak the same language. Nobody knows Sayogyo in Malaysia. We don't read him. We don't read Pramudia. Pramudia's works are not just literary, but they contain a reinterpretation of history. They contain a critique of colonial history. But we don't read him, and we don't teach him. Yeah. So this is what I mean by us being parochial. Even when it comes to Western knowledge, we're also parochial because, you know, it's just American and British. There's no interest in Italian, in Spanish, in Portuguese, in Russian. The Russian works from the 19th century onwards, which are very important, there's no interest. So, and to be honest with you, I'm very pessimistic about the possibilities for the future because our institutions are bogging us down with KPIs. You know better than I do, right? Ridiculous KPIs. We're chasing quantity rather than quality. So in that context, how do you deal with, with developing, seriously developing intellectual tradition? But these are big topics that, we can talk about later.
I don't want to make you upset, but the time is very limited. I want to give you just 1 minute, yeah, one question and very short question, please.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to ask the question. And my name is Dani Saban, and I'm from Anthropology and Sociology Department, just like her. She's my senior and from University Kebangsaan Malaysia. I'm very delighted to listen to your presentation, Prof. Farid Al-Atas. And because, I'm from Masyarakat Adat, just like in Indonesia, I'm Orang Asli. So this is very interesting. Actually, can I make it 2 questions? The first one is, Prof, how do you actually, in your experience, years of experience, how do you cope with students using AI instead of like really listening to you and really like, grasping the knowledge? Because I find it's really struggle for me because they just like, because you mentioned about language, and I did, as an anthropologist, I did ask the student and I try to make them love the language, because without the language you cannot understand the culture. And that's the AI in terms of teaching. And then the second is, what I find very upsetting for me is when I try, just like you said, like I'm trying to use the local knowledge, local people in my teaching, and then and I introduced the student in my ethnographic class on Prof. Hasim Awan, and his book is on, his Sarahan Perdana book is on Berkatalah Bomoh Melayu. But the problem is, a stereotype and prejudice towards, the kind of knowledge itself, by the community. And that's reflected in our, especially in Malaysia. The reason why we are lacking in medical anthropology researchers, but fortunately, because I'm not really saying it's fortunately, but saved by the pandemic, and now medical anthropology has increased in, in acceptance, or maybe acknowledgement by even the local and international researcher itself. So, when you present your keynote address, it's really interesting. It's really enlightening to me.
Can you make a short?
Yeah, that's all. That's the 2 questions. It's all. That's finished. The question is, how do you cope the AI in your teaching? And the second question is, how do you actually, reduce the prejudice and stereotype by the community itself towards their own culture?
Yeah, that's all.
With regard to AI, you don't even have to go to talk about AI. Prior to that, just the use of audio visual aids like PowerPoint presentations and slides. In the past, when I started teaching, we had no PowerPoint. We were using what was it called? Transparencies. Transparency. HDR, over HDR. Right. That's right. Now, I think there is a place for those, depending on how we use them. But there's also a place for not using them at all. There are occasions and times where one may not need to use them and maybe should not use them, because there is evidence from people in education. It's just that when you just talk without the aid of visuals, students pay more attention. The process of students taking notes when they're listening to you, they are learning, rather than while you are talking, there's a slide, and then they are copying from the slide or watching the slide. So I think that is important. And part of the fault lies with the universities, because when we are evaluated as teachers, we are evaluated also on the basis, one of the criterion is to what extent do we use audiovisual aids. So we're expected to use these things. So somebody who just sits and talks, without using these things, may get negative evaluation. So that I think has to change. With regard to the second question about, it has to do with attitude, right? And I think one of the things that I like to talk about is that if we are really genuine about knowledge creation, and if we're genuinely cosmopolitan, that means we don't reject and accept knowledge based on their place of origin, right? We have to have at least two attitudes. One is, of course, passion for ideas, and interest in ideas, and curiosity, wherever these ideas come from. And the world is so vast. I mean, how imagine if I told you, like from Malaysia, right? I mean, KL. We live in KL. I suppose you live in Bangi, maybe, or just in the Klang Valley. The variety of food that is available is fantastic. You just take Malaysian food itself from all over the country, you'll find it in KL. But then what about food that is from other parts of the world? Arabic food. Arabic food itself, you've got Syrian, you've got Iraqi, you've got Yemeni, right? Persian, Afghan, Nigerian, Chinese food, local Chinese, foreign Chinese, Xinjiang, Hue, everything is there in KL, right? Would a Malaysian ever say, I'm going to restrict my cuisine to Malay food or even Malaysian food? Does a Malaysian do that? No. But why do we do that when it comes to knowledge? I'm restricting my source of knowledge to American, British. I don't care about, the knowledge tradition from West Africa or from, well, it shouldn't be, or from, Russia, or from the Iberian Peninsula or Latin America. Why do we take that attitude? So that's one point. Now, related to that is, we don't have shame. I mean, we have no shame that we have no interest in our own intellectual tradition. There's no sense of shame, right? I mean, we would have a sense of shame if we say we don't, no one would admit if they don't know anything about local food, they will not admit it. could you imagine that, a Malaysian doesn't know nasi goreng, doesn't know nasi lemak, doesn't know, it would be shameful. But yet we have no shame. We take pride in knowing Bourdieu or Foucault. We take pride in that. But the intellectual traditions of our own communities, whether it's our ethnic community, our religious community, or the intellectual traditions of the region, we have no problem in saying that we don't know these things. We don't feel shameful. So we need to develop these attitudes. We have to instill these attitudes in our, our children, as they go to school, and our students in the university, that they should feel shameful, that a Malaysian should feel shameful that they do not know the works and ideas of Jose Rizal and Pramudia or Sayogyo and so on and so forth, right? So I think this is what we need to do, basically.
Okay, thank you very much. Once again, to give applause to Professor Syed, Dr. Anna Snyder, and Dr. Manikam. Yeah. So I think the time is running out. I'm very sorry to close the session, but we have got very insightful knowledge and updated knowledge from Professor Syed and Dr. Anna Snyder and also Dr. Manikam. Once again, give applause, and then we close the session. And I thank you very much for those of you and very thankful for this session. Thank you very much. And I bring back to the Master of Ceremony.
Thank you very much for Professor Arya Hadi Darmawan and also for Professor Dr. Syed Farid Alatas and Dr. Anna Snyder and Dr. Jimanikam. But before leaving the stage, please stay because next we will have a certificate handover to the moderator and keynote speaker by the chairman of RUSET 2024.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we are now approaching a special part of today's event, the certificate presentation to our outstanding moderator and keynote speakers. Let us honor their dedication and effort in making today's event successful.
Indeed, it is with great appreciation that we acknowledge their invaluable contributions. To present the certificates, we would like to invite Dr. Iman Kasiman Nawiraja, the chairperson of this event, to come to the stage. Okay, Dr. Iman, you may now present the certificate to Dr. Syed Farid Alatas first.
Okay, there will be a documentation session will be, as this is our committee, and it will be conducted by us. Okay, so we could take some documentation first. Okay. Okay, the committee ready? Are you ready? Okay. Okay, thank you. For the second is for Dr. Anna Snyder. Okay, we're going to take some documentation. Okay. Okay, one more. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you. For the last but not least, for our moderator, Dr. Engineer Arya Hadi Darmawan. Okay. Okay. Okay, we're going to take some documentations first.
Okay, and yeah, and for Dr. Manikam certificate will be handed online via Zoom meeting for for the committee, please.
Okay, now.
Share the screen.
Okay, now we're going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
After this.
We're going to do some documentations first with Dr. Manikam via Zoom meeting.
Committee, please stand by.
Yeah, stand by for the documentation session.
Okay. And now a documentation all together.
Okay, we are going to take documentation together. Okay, for the committee, please stand by. The committee ready? Yeah, okay.
1, 2, 3. Another one.
Yeah.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Once again. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Okay, it's all done. Thank you so much for Dr. Iman Tanapija for presenting the certificates. And also, congratulations to our moderator and keynote speakers for the outstanding role today. You may please go back to your seats.
Let's give another round of applause for our speakers and our moderator.
Wow, what an amazing session we've just had. So thank you so much all for your enthusiasm and active participations, both in the room and online via Zoom meeting.
Absolutely, Bill. But before that, we will take a short break for approximately 5 minutes. We kindly ask all participants to fill out the attendance form. For our online participants, the attendance form will be shared in the Zoom chat. So please take a moment to fill it out before the break.
Yeah, that's right. For those of you here with us in person, please also fill out the form. So we need to track attendance and your participation.
Okay.
Yeah, please fill out the attendance form, both in person or in online via Zoom meeting.
Okay. Okay, so now that with that taken care of, we will take a short break. This is a good opportunity to stretch your legs and refresh yourselves.
Yeah, and trust me, don't miss out on what's coming next. After the break, we have an incredible performance that is sure to enthrall you.
That's correct. So please make sure to return in 5 minutes. There's something very special waiting for you, whether you're joining us in person or online.
Yeah, enjoy your break, everyone, and don't forget to complete the attendance form. We look forward to seeing you back here shortly for an amazing shot. But before you leave your seats, please wait until the committee remove the sofa and clear the stage area. Okay, for the committee, please stand by for the clearing the stage area.
Okay. See you in 5 minutes.
See you in 5 minutes, everyone.
Perjalanan yang akan kumulai.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it's short break time. So, if you want to go to the restroom, you can go to the restroom on the this short break.
Perjalanan yang akan kumulai merupakan perjalanan singkat namun panjang. Perjalanan ini akan kuhargai karena dihiasi berbagai memori. Arah angin dalam petaku kali ini menunjukkanku arah. Yang akan membawaku ke arah barat Pulau Jawa. Perjalanan kali ini akan membawaku untuk mengenal adat dan kebudayaan yang masih terjaga dengan baik. Bersama dengan tim yang kerap kali terasa seperti keluarga bernama Eksplorasi, memulai perjalanan.
Bayang-bayang dalam hening, dalam kerinduan.
7 hari merupakan hari yang singkat.
Perjalanan kali ini akan membawaku untuk mengenal adat dan kebudayaan yang masih terjaga dengan baik. Menciptakan rasa syukur
Dan melahirkan rasa keinginan untuk selalu menjaga.
tersebut, pengalaman ini berhasil.
Berhasil menghadirkan makna baru.
Berhasil mengajarkan banyak arti dalam kehidupan. Alam memelukku ke sini. Kulangkahkan kakiku dengan pasti.
Untuk mendapatkan banyak arti.
Dari budaya yang lestari.
Setiap hujan datang, Puan selalu seru bermain dengan.
As we know, culture is one of the most familiar concepts in our lives. Culture is known for its role in regulating our behavior. It governs how we act, speak, and interact with others, bringing order and structure to our lives. So, welcome to our journey. This is the most beautiful place. A place that can give us reasons to live simply and peacefully. It offers a new perspective on what it means to feel blessed, being far from the hustle and bustle. Made me think. It's not that bad. Blending with a new cultures gives me a sense of purpose in protecting the earth. We learn many things from here. The place that we are talking about called Sinar Resmi.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin in about 1 minute.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start our next agenda in 1 minute on 11:30.
Culture, the shared experience of a people. The collective memory that defines who we are. Sinar Resmi, sebuah kesatuan yang kaya akan budaya dan tradisi. Ikat kepala dan kain sinjang merupakan salah satu budaya yang menjadi identitas bagi masyarakat Sinar Resmi. Kebiasaan memakai ikat yang dikhususkan untuk laki-laki dan memakai sinjang dikhususkan untuk wanita masih dilestarikan sampai sekarang.
Okay.
Pangan utama di Kesatuan Sinar Resmi adalah beras. Beras menjadi komoditas unggulan dengan 68 varietas yang dimiliki oleh Kesatuan Sinar Resmi.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please take a seat because we are going to start our next agenda.
Please take your seats and get comfortable.
Okay, before we start our next agenda, we would like to take some documentation session together in here in the stage. So all the participants can go out. I can go in front of the stage. Sorry. Oh no. Yeah. In front of the stage, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, for the participants.
You can come up front and take
Yeah.
a picture all together.
Yeah.
All participants. Yeah.
The position is
Let's come up front, all participants.
front of
Let's
the
go, let's go.
stage.
Let's take pictures together.
Yeah, the position is front of the banner and facing away the banner.
Yeah, we will split into two. Maybe some are gonna go in front of the stage and some
Front of
will
the
be up on the stage.
All the participants in this room can
Please come up front and
Yeah,
take
come-
pictures together.
and for the online participants, because we are going to take documentation session, you can turn on your camera.
Pokoknya intinya langsung sambil
Okay. Yes.
For the participants in the Zoom meeting, please turn on your camera.
Yeah, because we are going to take
Documentations
documentation together.
One, two, three.
Nah, gitu benar.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Say cheese. Cheese. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, for all the participants,
Okay.
please.
You may go back to your seats.
Yeah, we are about to start our next agenda.
All participants, please go back to your seats because we will move on to the next agenda.
Okay. Okay, so to keep the energy going, we have an exciting entertainment segment lined up for you. The performance you are about to see is a traditional dance from Riau, Indonesia, known for its elegance and deep cultural significance. It's sure to inspire and entertain you.
So, without further ado, please join us in welcoming our next performer on stage, Ari Juanda.
Wow, what an impressive performance, right? Let's give another round of applause for our talented dancers.
Okay, absolutely, Bill. The traditional dance was not only beautiful, but also a wonderful showcase of our rich cultural heritage. The energy and passion from the performers were truly enthralling.
Yeah, I completely agree, Con. Seeing how art can bring our traditions to life and connects us all is amazing. Thank you to the performers for sharing their talent with us today.
And a big thank you to everyone in the audience for your enthusiastic support.
Now, let's keep the momentum going as we move into our next session. We have some exciting discussion that you won't want to miss.
That's right. Let's get ready for a more enlightening session. Thank you again to our dancer, and let's dive into the next part of our session.
Okay, thank you for your attention, everyone. We're about to take a break for lunch, but before that, we have some information regarding the parallel sessions that will follow.
Yes, so after lunch, we will have a parallel session, which will take place in several rooms. You can check your assigned rooms on the screen.
Yeah, okay. So in each room, there will be a moderator to guide the session and a representative from the organizing committee to assist with technical matters. So here are the offline sessions, parallel sessions. There will be two plays, Galo 1 and Galo 2 for offline session. And then for the online session, there will be 3 breakout rooms, breakout room number 3, 4, and 5. And then there are also breakout room number 6 for communication and community development partner.
Each presenter will have 10 minutes to present their paper. Following all the presentations, we'll have a 15-minute discussion session.
The discussion will allow you to ask questions and engage further with the presenters.
And at the end of the session, the moderator will officially close the agenda for the day in each room.
Yeah, we kindly remind you to be in your assigned parallel session by 1 p.m. so we can start the sessions on time.
For those of you who are not participating in the parallel presentation, you are now free to leave the Zoom room. Thank you for attending today's event, and we hope to see you again tomorrow. Once again, we'd like to thank all of you for your active participation today. It has been a pleasure to guide you through the program, and we hope you found the sessions enriching.
We would also like to apologize if there have been any mistake in our delivery or any technical issue along the way. We appreciate your understanding.
Thank you for your attention and cooperation. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow for another full day of engaging presentations and discussions.
On behalf of the organizing committee, thank you once again. Have a wonderful lunch break and we'll see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Okay, for all the participants, you can go took your belongings because we are going to clear this area for the next session.
Yeah.
Culture is the shared experience of a people. The collective memory that defines who we are. Dinar Resmi, sebuah kesatuan yang kaya akan budaya dan tradisi. Ikat kepala dan kain sinjang merupakan salah satu budaya yang menjadi identitas bagi masyarakat Sinar Resmi. Kebiasaan memakai ikat yang dikhususkan untuk laki-laki dan memakai sinjang dikhususkan untuk wanita masih dilestarikan sampai sekarang. Pangan utama di Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi adalah beras. Beras menjadi komoditas unggulan dengan 68 varietas yang dimiliki oleh Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi. Leuit menjadi salah satu simbol ketahanan pangan di Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi. Leuit merupakan tempat penyimpanan padi yang diharapkan agar para rumah tangga memiliki persediaan pangannya dalam jangka waktu yang panjang. Dan setiap masyarakat yang telah berumah tangga diwajibkan untuk memiliki leuit. Padi merupakan hal yang dihormati, mulai dari penanaman, prosesnya, hingga panen, selalu diiringi dengan ritual. Di Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi, penanaman padi hanya dilakukan 1 kali selama 1 tahun. Terbagi menjadi 2 bagian waktu, yaitu 6 bulan yang diperuntukkan untuk menanam dan 6 bulan yang tidak diperbolehkan untuk menanam. Pada masa inilah, para petani memanfaatkan sawah untuk melak lauk atau budidaya ikan tawar di sawah. Ritual terbesarnya adalah Seren Tahun. Seren Tahun merupakan upacara adat yang dilaksanakan 1 tahun sekali dan berlangsung selama 7 hari. Dilaksanakan pada bulan Rayagung. Slogan utama yang tercermin dari pola kehidupan masyarakat adalah silih asah, silih asih, dan silih asuh. Rangkaian kegiatan upacara adat ini mencakup beberapa ritual yang bersifat sakral, kesenian, hingga hiburan. Ditujukan untuk mengungkapkan rasa syukur atas hasil panen yang telah didapatkan, dan ungkapan doa agar hasil panen di tahun berikutnya dapat bertambah. Di Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi, hampir seluruh lapisan masyarakat di Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi terlibat aktif dalam perencanaan hingga pelaksanaannya.
Seren tahun itu suatu apa yang mengimplementasikan rasa syukur ya selama aktivitas dalam setahun ya diinikan dalam acara syukuran Seren tahun, padahal kegiatannya syukur. Dibikinlah seremonialnya di acara Seren tahun seperti apit pare kalit, padahal kegiatan yang sesungguhnya sudah.
Sosok yang sedang berbicara kali ini akrab dipanggil Abah. Abah merupakan ketua adat Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi.
Itu di Sabtu sampai Minggu saja puncak acaranya. Nah, tidak mungkin dalam kegiatan setahun itu beres di 2 hari itu, bahkan sehari bisa. Jadi acara yang pokoknya saja yang masuk. Ampih pare kelit yang bisa konsumsi. Yang jadi aslinya Seren tahun itu di hari Senin setelah undangannya pada pulang. Abah baru melakukan namanya maaf pun tabe pun paralun rasul saya. Menyempurnakan lagi dulu.
Dalam struktur Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi, Abah merupakan sosok yang dituakan dan pemegang kunci utama dalam pelaksanaan seluruh kegiatan adat.
Kan gitu. Nah, sekarang seperti padi ada pengganggu padi nggak? Contoh, pun tabe.
Nutu merupakan salah satu proses yang harus dilalui untuk mengolah padi menjadi beras dengan cara ditumbuk. Cukup pegal, gumamku saat mencoba melakukan proses nutu. Namun, nutu merupakan salah satu bentuk untuk menjaga kelestarian adat yang turun-temurun. Untuk masing-masing ritual, selalu ada penanggung jawabnya. Sesiung merupakan penanggung jawab utama di dapur pada saat kegiatan atau acara besar yang diselenggarakan di Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi. Proses masak masih dilakukan dengan alat-alat tradisional, terutama untuk proses memasak nasi. Ngakel, salah satu tradisi unik yang diperuntukkan untuk membuat nasi agar lebih dingin dan membuat nasi memiliki waktu simpan yang lebih lama. Komoditas lainnya yang dihasilkan di Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi adalah air nira yang diolah menjadi gula aren untuk diperjualbelikan. Konon, air nira yang dipanen oleh setiap petani dapat memiliki rasa yang berbeda, tergantung siapa yang memanennya. Hal tersebut menjadi sebuah keunikan dari rasa gula aren yang dihasilkan. Berbagai produk lokal yang diproduksi oleh masyarakat Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi dapat ditemui di galeri. Hampir seluruh kerajinan masyarakat dijual di galeri, mulai dari kain, ikat, gelang, hingga gula aren yang tadi telah dibuat. Secara letak geografis, Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi berada di daerah rawan longsor. Mitigasi bencana yang optimal perlu menjadi perhatian bagi masyarakat setempat. Selain itu, upaya penanaman pohon menjadi langkah preventif dalam menghadapi tanah longsor. Menjaga alam untuk tetap lestari merupakan kesadaran yang harus dimiliki oleh setiap insan. Daur ulang merupakan kata yang sering kita dengar, bentuk kesadaran untuk dapat bertanggung jawab terhadap apa yang kita konsumsi. Rasanya, belum sempat kuceritakan dengan baik seluruh pengalaman dan ilmu yang kudapat di Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi. Bagaimanapun, waktu terus berjalan dengan cepat dan tak dapat kuhentikan. Hanya bisa berharap, semoga kebudayaan yang kukenal dapat hidup abadi di tempatnya. Culture is the shared experience of a people. The collective memory that defines who we are. Sinar Resmi, sebuah kasepuhan yang kaya akan budaya dan tradisi. Ikat kepala dan kain sinjang merupakan salah satu budaya yang menjadi identitas bagi masyarakat Sinaresmi. Kebiasaan memakai ikat yang dikhususkan untuk laki-laki dan memakai sinjang dikhususkan untuk wanita masih dilestarikan sampai sekarang. Pangan utama di Kasepuhan Sinaresmi adalah beras. Beras menjadi komoditas unggulan dengan 68 varietas yang dimiliki oleh Kasepuhan Sinaresmi. Leuit menjadi salah satu simbol ketahanan pangan di Kasepuhan Sinaresmi. Leuit merupakan tempat penyimpanan padi yang diharapkan agar para rumah tangga memiliki persediaan pangannya dalam jangka waktu yang panjang. Dan setiap masyarakat yang telah berumah tangga diwajibkan untuk memiliki leuit. Padi merupakan hal yang dihormati, mulai dari penanaman, prosesnya, hingga panen, selalu diiringi dengan ritual. Di Kasepuhan Sinaresmi, penanaman padi hanya dilakukan 1 kali selama 1 tahun. Terbagi menjadi 2 bagian waktu, yaitu 6 bulan yang diperuntukkan untuk menanam dan 6 bulan yang tidak diperbolehkan untuk menanam. Pada masa inilah, para petani memanfaatkan sawah untuk melak lauk atau budidaya ikan tawar di sawah. Ritual terbesarnya adalah Seren Tahun. Seren Tahun merupakan upacara adat yang dilaksanakan 1 tahun sekali dan berlangsung selama 7 hari. Dilaksanakan pada bulan Rayagung. Slogan utama yang tercermin dari pola kehidupan masyarakat adalah silih asah, silih asih, dan silih asuh. Rangkaian kegiatan upacara adat ini mencakup beberapa ritual yang bersifat sakral, kesenian, hingga hiburan. Ditujukan untuk mengungkapkan rasa syukur atas hasil panen yang telah didapatkan, dan ungkapan doa agar hasil panen di tahun berikutnya dapat bertambah. Di Kasepuhan Sinaresmi, hampir seluruh lapisan masyarakat di Kasepuhan Sinaresmi terlibat aktif dalam perencanaan hingga pelaksanaannya.
Seren tahun itu suatu apa yang mengimplementasikan rasa syukur ya selama aktivitas dalam setahun ya diinikan dalam acara syukuran Seren tahun, padahal kegiatannya syukur. Dibikinlah seremonialnya di acara Seren tahun seperti apit parekalit, padahal kegiatan yang sesungguhnya sudah.
Sosok yang sedang berbicara kali ini akrab dipanggil Abah. Abah merupakan ketua adat Kasepuhan Sinaresmi.
Itu di Sabtu sampai Minggu saja puncak acaranya. Nah, tidak mungkin dalam kegiatan setahun itu beres di 2 hari itu, bahkan sehari bisa. Jadi acara yang pokoknya saja yang masuk. Ampih parekalit yang bisa konsumsi. Yang jadi aslinya Seren tahun itu di hari Senin setelah undangannya pada pulang. Abah baru melakukan namanya maaf pun tabe pun paralun rasul menyempurnakan lagi dulu.
Dalam struktur Kasepuhan Sinaresmi, Abah merupakan sosok yang dituakan dan pemegang kunci utama dalam pelaksanaan seluruh kegiatan adat.
Kan gitu. Sekarang seperti padi. Padi ada pengganggu padi nggak? Contoh pohon tadi.
Nutu merupakan salah satu proses yang harus dilalui untuk mengolah padi menjadi beras dengan cara ditumbuk. Cukup pegal, gumamku saat mencoba melakukan proses nutu. Namun, nutu merupakan salah satu bentuk untuk menjaga kelestarian adat yang turun-temurun. Untuk masing-masing ritual, selalu ada penanggung jawabnya. Sesiung merupakan penanggung jawab utama di dapur pada saat kegiatan atau acara besar yang diselenggarakan di Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi. Proses masak masih dilakukan dengan alat-alat tradisional, terutama untuk proses memasak nasi. Ngakel, salah satu tradisi unik yang diperuntukkan untuk membuat nasi agar lebih dingin dan membuat nasi memiliki waktu simpan yang lebih lama. Komoditas lainnya yang dihasilkan di Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi adalah air nira yang diolah menjadi gula aren untuk diperjualbelikan. Konon, air nira yang dipanen oleh setiap petani dapat memiliki rasa yang berbeda, tergantung siapa yang memanennya. Hal tersebut menjadi sebuah keunikan dari rasa gula aren yang dihasilkan. Berbagai produk lokal yang diproduksi oleh masyarakat Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi dapat ditemui di galeri. Hampir seluruh kerajinan masyarakat dijual di galeri, mulai dari kain, ikat, gelang, hingga gula aren yang tadi telah dibuat. Secara letak geografis, Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi berada di daerah rawan longsor. Mitigasi bencana yang optimal perlu menjadi perhatian bagi masyarakat setempat. Selain itu, upaya penanaman pohon menjadi langkah preventif dalam menghadapi tanah longsor. Menjaga alam untuk tetap lestari merupakan kesadaran yang harus dimiliki oleh setiap insan. Daur ulang merupakan kata yang sering kita dengar, bentuk kesadaran untuk dapat bertanggung jawab terhadap apa yang kita konsumsi. Rasanya, belum sempat kuceritakan dengan baik seluruh pengalaman dan ilmu yang kudapat di Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi. Bagaimanapun, waktu terus berjalan dengan cepat dan tak dapat kuhentikan. Hanya bisa berharap, semoga kebudayaan yang kukenal dapat hidup abadi di tempatnya. Culture is the shared experience of a people. The collective memory that defines who we are. Sinar Resmi, sebuah kasepuhan yang kaya akan budaya dan tradisi. Ikat kepala dan kain sinjang merupakan salah satu budaya yang menjadi identitas bagi masyarakat Sinar Resmi. Kebiasaan memakai ikat yang dikhususkan untuk laki-laki dan memakai sinjang dikhususkan untuk wanita masih dilestarikan sampai sekarang. Pangan utama di Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi adalah beras. Beras menjadi komoditas unggulan dengan 68 varietas yang dimiliki oleh Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi. Leit menjadi salah satu simbol ketahanan pangan di Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi. Leit merupakan tempat penyimpanan padi yang diharapkan agar para rumah tangga memiliki persediaan pangannya dalam jangka waktu yang panjang. Dan setiap masyarakat yang telah berumah tangga diwajibkan untuk memiliki leit. Padi merupakan hal yang dihormati, mulai dari penanaman, prosesnya, hingga panen, selalu diiringi dengan ritual. Di Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi, penanaman padi hanya dilakukan 1 kali selama 1 tahun. Terbagi menjadi 2 bagian waktu, yaitu 6 bulan yang diperuntukkan untuk menanam dan 6 bulan yang tidak diperbolehkan untuk menanam. Pada masa inilah, para petani memanfaatkan sawah untuk melak lauk atau budidaya ikan tawar di sawah. Ritual terbesarnya adalah Seren Tahun. Seren Tahun merupakan upacara adat yang dilaksanakan 1 tahun sekali dan berlangsung selama 7 hari. Dilaksanakan pada bulan Rayagung. Slogan utama yang tercermin dari pola kehidupan masyarakat adalah silih asah, silih asih, dan silih asuh. Rangkaian kegiatan upacara adat ini mencakup beberapa ritual yang bersifat sakral, kesenian, hingga hiburan. Ditujukan untuk mengungkapkan rasa syukur atas hasil panen yang telah didapatkan dan ungkapan doa agar hasil panen di tahun berikutnya dapat bertambah. Di Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi, hampir seluruh lapisan masyarakat di Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi terlibat aktif dalam perencanaan hingga pelaksanaannya.
Seren Tahun itu suatu apa yang mengimplementasikan rasa syukur ya selama aktivitas dalam setahun ya diinikan dalam acara syukuran Seren Tahun, padahal kegiatannya sudah dibikinlah seremonialnya di acara Seren Tahun seperti apit parekalit, padahal kegiatan yang sesungguhnya sudah.
Sosok yang sedang berbicara kali ini akrab dipanggil Abah. Abah merupakan ketua adat Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi.
Itu di Sabtu sampai Minggu saja puncak acaranya. Nah, tidak mungkin dalam kegiatan setahun itu beres di 2 hari itu, bahkan sehari bisa. Jadi acara yang pokoknya saja yang masuk. Ampih pare kelit yang bisa konsumsi. Yang jadi aslinya saya tahun itu di hari Senin setelah undangannya pada pulang. Abah baru melakukan namanya maaf pun tabe pun paralun rasul menyempurnakan lagi dulu.
Dalam struktur Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi, Abah merupakan sosok yang dituakan dan pemegang kunci utama dalam pelaksanaan seluruh kegiatan adat.
Kan gitu. Nah, sekarang seperti padi ada pengganggu padi nggak? Contoh pun
Nutu merupakan salah satu proses yang harus dilalui untuk mengolah padi menjadi beras dengan cara ditumbuk. Cukup pegal, gumamku saat mencoba melakukan proses nutu. Namun, nutu merupakan salah satu bentuk untuk menjaga kelestarian adat yang turun-temurun. Untuk masing-masing ritual, selalu ada penanggung jawabnya. Sesiung merupakan penanggung jawab utama di dapur pada saat kegiatan atau acara besar yang diselenggarakan di Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi. Proses masak masih dilakukan dengan alat-alat tradisional, terutama untuk proses memasak nasi. Ngakel, salah satu tradisi unik yang diperuntukkan untuk membuat nasi agar lebih dingin dan membuat nasi memiliki waktu simpan yang lebih lama. Komoditas lainnya yang dihasilkan di Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi adalah air nira yang diolah menjadi gula aren untuk diperjualbelikan. Konon, air nira yang dipanen oleh setiap petani dapat memiliki rasa yang berbeda, tergantung siapa yang memanennya. Hal tersebut menjadi sebuah keunikan dari rasa gula aren yang dihasilkan. Berbagai produk lokal yang diproduksi oleh masyarakat Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi dapat ditemui di galeri. Hampir seluruh kerajinan masyarakat dijual di galeri, mulai dari kain, ikat, gelang, hingga gula aren yang tadi telah dibuat. Secara letak geografis, Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi berada di daerah rawan longsor. Mitigasi bencana yang optimal perlu menjadi perhatian bagi masyarakat setempat. Selain itu, upaya penanaman pohon menjadi langkah preventif dalam menghadapi tanah longsor. Menjaga alam untuk tetap lestari merupakan kesadaran yang harus dimiliki oleh setiap insan. Daur ulang merupakan kata yang sering kita dengar, bentuk kesadaran untuk dapat bertanggung jawab terhadap apa yang kita konsumsi. Rasanya, belum sempat kuceritakan dengan baik seluruh pengalaman dan ilmu yang kudapat di Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi. Bagaimanapun, waktu terus berjalan dengan cepat dan tak dapat kuhentikan. Hanya bisa berharap, semoga kebudayaan yang kukenal dapat hidup abadi di tempatnya. culture is the shared experience of a people. The collective memory that defines who we are. Sinar Resmi, sebuah kasepuhan yang kaya akan budaya dan tradisi. Ikat kepala dan kain sinjang merupakan salah satu budaya yang menjadi identitas bagi masyarakat Sinar Resmi. Kebiasaan memakai ikat yang dikhususkan untuk laki-laki dan memakai sinjang dikhususkan untuk wanita masih dilestarikan sampai sekarang. Pangan utama di Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi adalah beras. Beras menjadi komoditas unggulan dengan 68 varietas yang dimiliki oleh Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi. Leit menjadi salah satu simbol ketahanan pangan di Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi. Leit merupakan tempat penyimpanan padi yang diharapkan agar para rumah tangga memiliki persediaan pangannya dalam jangka waktu yang panjang. Dan setiap masyarakat yang telah berumah tangga diwajibkan untuk memiliki leit. Padi merupakan hal yang dihormati, mulai dari penanaman, prosesnya, hingga panen, selalu diiringi dengan ritual. Di Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi, penanaman padi hanya dilakukan 1 kali selama 1 tahun. Terbagi menjadi 2 bagian waktu, yaitu 6 bulan yang diperuntukkan untuk menanam dan 6 bulan yang tidak diperbolehkan untuk menanam. Pada masa inilah, para petani memanfaatkan sawah untuk melak lauk atau budidaya ikan tawar di sawah. Ritual terbesarnya adalah Seren Tahun. Seren Tahun merupakan upacara adat yang dilaksanakan 1 tahun sekali dan berlangsung selama 7 hari. Dilaksanakan pada bulan Rayagung. Slogan utama yang tercermin dari pola kehidupan masyarakat adalah silih asah, silih asih, dan silih asuh. Rangkaian kegiatan upacara adat ini mencakup beberapa ritual yang bersifat sakral, kesenian, hingga hiburan. Ditujukan untuk mengungkapkan rasa syukur atas hasil panen yang telah didapatkan, dan ungkapan doa agar hasil panen di tahun berikutnya dapat bertambah. Di Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi, hampir seluruh lapisan masyarakat di Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi terlibat aktif dalam perencanaan hingga pelaksanaannya.
Seren Tahun itu suatu apa yang mengimplementasikan rasa syukur ya selama aktivitas dalam setahun ya diinikan dalam acara syukuran Seren Tahun, padahal kegiatannya syukur. Dibikinlah seremonialnya di acara Seren Tahun seperti apit parekalit, padahal kegiatan yang sesungguhnya sudah.
Sosok yang sedang berbicara kali ini akrab dipanggil Abah. Abah merupakan ketua adat Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi.
Itu di Sabtu sampai Minggu saja puncak acaranya. Nah, tidak mungkin dalam kegiatan setahun itu beres di 2 hari itu, bahkan sehari bisa. Jadi acara yang pokoknya saja yang masuk. Ampih pare kelit yang bisa konsumsi. Yang jadi aslinya Senin tahun itu di hari Senin setelah undangannya pada pulang. Abah baru melakukan namanya maaf pun tabe pun paralun rasul menyempurnakan lagi dulu.
Dalam struktur Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi, Abah merupakan sosok yang dituakan dan pemegang kunci utama dalam pelaksanaan seluruh kegiatan adat.
Kan gitu. Nah, sekarang seperti padi ada pengganggu padi nggak? Contoh pun tabe.
Nutu merupakan salah satu proses yang harus dilalui untuk mengolah padi menjadi beras dengan cara ditumbuk. Cukup pegal, gumamku saat mencoba melakukan proses nutu. Namun, nutu merupakan salah satu bentuk untuk menjaga kelestarian adat yang turun-temurun. Untuk masing-masing ritual, selalu ada penanggung jawabnya. Sesiung merupakan penanggung jawab utama di dapur pada saat kegiatan atau acara besar yang diselenggarakan di Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi. Proses masak masih dilakukan dengan alat-alat tradisional, terutama untuk proses memasak nasi. Ngakel, salah satu tradisi unik yang diperuntukkan untuk membuat nasi agar lebih dingin dan membuat nasi memiliki waktu simpan yang lebih lama. Komoditas lainnya yang dihasilkan di Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi adalah air nira yang diolah menjadi gula aren untuk diperjualbelikan. Konon, air nira yang dipanen oleh setiap petani dapat memiliki rasa yang berbeda, tergantung siapa yang memanennya. Hal tersebut menjadi sebuah keunikan dari rasa gula aren yang dihasilkan. Berbagai produk lokal yang diproduksi oleh masyarakat Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi dapat ditemui di galeri. Hampir seluruh kerajinan masyarakat dijual di galeri, mulai dari kain, ikat, gelang, hingga gula aren yang tadi telah dibuat. Secara letak geografis, Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi berada di daerah rawan longsor. Mitigasi bencana yang optimal perlu menjadi perhatian bagi masyarakat setempat. Selain itu, upaya penanaman pohon menjadi langkah preventif dalam menghadapi tanah longsor. Menjaga alam untuk tetap lestari merupakan kesadaran yang harus dimiliki oleh setiap insan. Daur ulang merupakan kata yang sering kita dengar, bentuk kesadaran untuk dapat bertanggung jawab terhadap apa yang kita konsumsi. Rasanya, belum sempat kuceritakan dengan baik seluruh pengalaman dan ilmu yang kudapat di Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi. Bagaimanapun, waktu terus berjalan dengan cepat dan tak dapat kuhentikan. Hanya bisa berharap semoga kebudayaan yang ku kenal dapat hidup abadi di tempatnya. Culture is the shared experiences of a people. Collect memorily, it applies who we are. Sinar resmi, sebuah kesatuan yang kaya akan budaya dan tradisi. Ikat kepala dan kain sinjang merupakan salah satu budaya yang menjadi identitas bagi masyarakat Sinar Resmi. Kebiasaan memakai ikat yang dikhususkan untuk laki-laki dan memakai sinjang dikhususkan untuk wanita masih dilestarikan sampai sekarang. Pangan utama di Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi adalah beras. Beras menjadi komoditas unggulan dengan 68 varietas yang dimiliki oleh Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi. Leuit menjadi salah satu simbol ketahanan pangan di Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi. Leuit merupakan tempat penyimpanan padi yang diharapkan agar para rumah tangga memiliki persediaan pangannya dalam jangka waktu yang panjang. Dan setiap masyarakat yang telah berumah tangga diwajibkan untuk memiliki leuit. Padi merupakan hal yang dihormati, mulai dari penanaman, prosesnya, hingga panen, selalu diiringi dengan ritual. Di Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi, penanaman padi hanya dilakukan 1 kali selama 1 tahun. Terbagi menjadi 2 bagian waktu, yaitu 6 bulan yang diperuntukkan untuk menanam dan 6 bulan yang tidak diperbolehkan untuk menanam. Pada masa inilah, para petani memanfaatkan sawah untuk melak lauk atau budidaya ikan tawar di sawah. Ritual terbesarnya adalah Seren Tahun. Seren Tahun merupakan upacara adat yang dilaksanakan 1 tahun sekali dan berlangsung selama 7 hari. Dilaksanakan pada bulan Rayagung. Slogan utama yang tercermin dari pola kehidupan masyarakat adalah silih asah, silih asih, dan silih asuh. Rangkaian kegiatan upacara adat ini mencakup beberapa ritual yang bersifat sakral, kesenian, hingga hiburan. Ditujukan untuk mengungkapkan rasa syukur atas hasil panen yang telah didapatkan, dan ungkapan doa agar hasil panen di tahun berikutnya dapat bertambah. di Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi. Hampir seluruh lapisan masyarakat di Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi terlibat aktif dalam perencanaan hingga pelaksanaannya.
Serentahun itu suatu apa yang mengimplementasikan rasa syukur ya selama aktivitas dalam setahun ya diinikan dalam acara syukuran serentahun, padahal kegiatannya sudah dibikinlah seremonialnya di acara serentahun seperti apit parekalit, padahal kegiatan yang sesungguhnya sudah.
Sosok yang sedang berbicara kali ini akrab dipanggil Abah. Abah merupakan ketua adat Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi.
Itu di Sabtu sampai Minggu saja puncak acaranya. Nah, tidak mungkin dalam kegiatan setahun itu beres di 2 hari itu, bahkan sehari bisa. Jadi acara yang pokoknya saja yang masuk. Ampih parekalit yang bisa konsumsi. Yang jadi aslinya serentahun itu di hari Senin setelah undangannya pada pulang. Abah baru melakukan namanya maaf pun tabe pun paralun rasul menyempurnakan lagi dulu.
Dalam struktur Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi, Abah merupakan sosok yang dituakan dan pemegang kunci utama dalam pelaksanaan seluruh kegiatan adat.
Kan gitu. Sekarang seperti padi ada pengganggu padi nggak? Contoh pun tabe.
Nutu merupakan salah satu proses yang harus dilalui untuk mengolah padi menjadi beras dengan cara ditumbuk. Cukup pegal, gumamku saat mencoba melakukan proses nutu. Namun, nutu merupakan salah satu bentuk untuk menjaga kelestarian adat yang turun-temurun. Untuk masing-masing ritual, selalu ada penanggung jawabnya. Sesiung merupakan penanggung jawab utama di dapur pada saat kegiatan atau acara besar yang diselenggarakan di Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi. Proses masak masih dilakukan dengan alat-alat tradisional, terutama untuk proses memasak nasi. Ngakel, salah satu tradisi unik yang diperuntukkan untuk membuat nasi agar lebih dingin dan membuat nasi memiliki waktu simpan yang lebih lama. Komoditas lainnya yang dihasilkan di Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi adalah air nira yang diolah menjadi gula aren untuk diperjualbelikan. Konon, air nira yang dipanen oleh setiap petani dapat memiliki rasa yang berbeda, tergantung siapa yang memanennya. Hal tersebut menjadi sebuah keunikan dari rasa gula aren yang dihasilkan. Berbagai produk lokal yang diproduksi oleh masyarakat Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi dapat ditemui di galeri. Hampir seluruh kerajinan masyarakat dijual di galeri, mulai dari kain, ikat, gelang, hingga gula aren yang tadi telah dibuat. Secara letak geografis, Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi berada di daerah rawan longsor. Mitigasi bencana yang optimal perlu menjadi perhatian bagi masyarakat setempat. Selain itu, upaya penanaman pohon menjadi langkah preventif dalam menghadapi tanah longsor. Menjaga alam untuk tetap lestari merupakan kesadaran yang harus dimiliki oleh setiap insan. Daur ulang merupakan kata yang sering kita dengar, bentuk kesadaran untuk dapat bertanggung jawab terhadap apa yang kita konsumsi. Rasanya, belum sempat kuceritakan dengan baik seluruh pengalaman dan ilmu yang kudapat di Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi. Bagaimanapun, waktu terus berjalan dengan cepat dan tak dapat kuhentikan. Hanya bisa berharap, semoga kebudayaan yang kukenal dapat hidup abadi di tempatnya. Culture is the shared experience of a people. The collective memory that defines who we are. Sinar Resmi, sebuah kasepuhan yang kaya akan budaya dan tradisi. Ikat kepala dan kain sinjang merupakan salah satu budaya yang menjadi identitas bagi masyarakat Sinar Resmi. Kebiasaan memakai ikat yang dikhususkan untuk laki-laki dan memakai sinjang dikhususkan untuk wanita masih dilestarikan sampai sekarang. Pangan utama di Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi adalah beras. Beras menjadi komoditas unggulan dengan 68 varietas yang dimiliki oleh Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi. Leit menjadi salah satu simbol ketahanan pangan di Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi. Leit merupakan tempat penyimpanan padi yang diharapkan agar para rumah tangga memiliki persediaan pangannya dalam jangka waktu yang panjang. Dan setiap masyarakat yang telah berumah tangga diwajibkan untuk memiliki leit. Padi merupakan hal yang dihormati, mulai dari penanaman, prosesnya, hingga panen, selalu diiringi dengan ritual. Di Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi, penanaman padi hanya dilakukan 1 kali selama 1 tahun. Terbagi menjadi 2 bagian waktu, yaitu 6 bulan yang diperuntukkan untuk menanam dan 6 bulan yang tidak diperbolehkan untuk menanam. Pada masa inilah, para petani memanfaatkan sawah untuk melak lauk atau budidaya ikan tawar di sawah. Ritual terbesarnya adalah Seren Tahun. Seren Tahun merupakan upacara adat yang dilaksanakan 1 tahun sekali dan berlangsung selama 7 hari. Dilaksanakan pada bulan Rayagung. Slogan utama yang tercermin dari pola kehidupan masyarakat adalah silih asah, silih asih, dan silih asuh. Rangkaian kegiatan upacara adat ini mencakup beberapa ritual yang bersifat sakral, kesenian, hingga hiburan. Ditujukan untuk mengungkapkan rasa syukur atas hasil panen yang telah didapatkan, dan ungkapan doa agar hasil panen di tahun berikutnya dapat bertambah. Di Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi, hampir seluruh lapisan masyarakat di Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi terlibat aktif dalam perencanaan hingga pelaksanaannya.
Serentahun itu suatu apa yang mengimplementasikan rasa syukur. Ya, selama aktivitas dalam setahun, ya diinikan dalam acara syukuran serentahun. Padahal kegiatannya sudah. Dibikinlah seremonialnya di acara serentahun seperti apit parekalit. Padahal kegiatan yang sesungguhnya sudah.
Sosok yang sedang berbicara kali ini akrab dipanggil Abah. Abah merupakan ketua adat Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi.
Itu di Sabtu sampai Minggu saja puncak acaranya. Nah, tidak mungkin dalam kegiatan setahun itu beres di 2 hari itu, bahkan sehari bisa. Jadi acara yang pokoknya saja yang masuk. Ampih parekalit dan konsumsi. Yang jadi aslinya serentahun itu di hari Senin setelah undangannya pada pulang. Abah baru melakukan namanya maaf pun tabe pun paralun rasul saya. Menyempurnakan lagi dulu.
Dalam struktur Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi, Abah merupakan sosok yang dituakan dan pemegang kunci utama dalam pelaksanaan seluruh kegiatan adat.
Kan gitu. Nah, sekarang seperti padi ada pengganggu padi nggak? Contoh pun tabe.
Nutu merupakan salah satu proses yang harus dilalui untuk mengolah padi menjadi beras dengan cara ditumbuk. Cukup pegal, gumamku saat mencoba melakukan proses nutu. Namun, nutu merupakan salah satu bentuk untuk menjaga kelestarian adat yang turun-temurun. Untuk masing-masing ritual, selalu ada penanggung jawabnya. Sesiung merupakan penanggung jawab utama di dapur pada saat kegiatan atau acara besar yang diselenggarakan di Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi. Proses masak masih dilakukan dengan alat-alat tradisional, terutama untuk proses memasak nasi. Ngakel, salah satu tradisi unik yang diperuntukkan untuk membuat nasi agar lebih dingin dan membuat nasi memiliki waktu simpan yang lebih lama. Komoditas lainnya yang dihasilkan di Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi adalah air nira yang diolah menjadi gula aren untuk diperjualbelikan. Konon, air nira yang dipanen oleh setiap petani dapat memiliki rasa yang berbeda, tergantung siapa yang memanennya. Hal tersebut menjadi sebuah keunikan dari rasa gula aren yang dihasilkan. Berbagai produk lokal yang diproduksi oleh masyarakat Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi dapat ditemui di galeri. Hampir seluruh kerajinan masyarakat dijual di galeri, mulai dari kain, ikat, gelang, hingga gula aren yang tadi telah dibuat. Secara letak geografis, Kasepuhan Sinaresmi berada di daerah rawan longsor. Mitigasi bencana yang optimal perlu menjadi perhatian bagi masyarakat setempat.
Tanah yang ada di bawah itu lagi main-main, jadi dia lagi
Selain itu, upaya penanaman pohon menjadi langkah preventif dalam menghadapi tanah longsor. Menjaga alam untuk tetap lestari merupakan kesadaran yang harus dimiliki oleh setiap insan. Daur ulang merupakan kata yang sering kita dengar, bentuk kesadaran untuk dapat bertanggung jawab terhadap apa yang kita konsumsi. Rasanya belum sempat kuceritakan dengan baik seluruh pengalaman dan ilmu yang kudapat di Kasepuhan Sinaresmi. Bagaimanapun, waktu terus berjalan dengan cepat dan tak dapat kuhentikan. Hanya bisa berharap, semoga kebudayaan yang kukenal dapat hidup abadi di tempatnya. Culture is the shared experience of a people. The collective memory that defines who we are. Sinar Resmi, sebuah kasepuhan yang kaya akan budaya dan tradisi. Ikat kepala dan kain sinjang merupakan salah satu budaya yang menjadi identitas bagi masyarakat Sinaresmi. Kebiasaan memakai ikat yang dikhususkan untuk laki-laki dan memakai sinjang dikhususkan untuk wanita masih dilestarikan sampai sekarang. Pangan utama di Kasepuhan Sinaresmi adalah beras. Beras menjadi komoditas unggulan dengan 68 varietas yang dimiliki oleh Kasepuhan Sinaresmi. Leit menjadi salah satu simbol ketahanan pangan di Kasepuhan Sinaresmi. Leit merupakan tempat penyimpanan padi yang diharapkan agar para rumah tangga memiliki persediaan pangannya dalam jangka waktu yang panjang. Dan setiap masyarakat yang telah berumah tangga diwajibkan untuk memiliki leit. Padi merupakan hal yang dihormati, mulai dari penanaman, prosesnya, hingga panen, selalu diiringi dengan ritual. Di Kasepuhan Sinaresmi, penanaman padi hanya dilakukan 1 kali selama 1 tahun. Terbagi menjadi 2 bagian waktu, yaitu 6 bulan yang diperuntukkan untuk menanam dan 6 bulan yang tidak diperbolehkan untuk menanam. Pada masa inilah, para petani memanfaatkan sawah untuk melak lauk atau budidaya ikan tawar di sawah. Ritual terbesarnya adalah Seren Tahun. Seren Tahun merupakan upacara adat yang dilaksanakan 1 tahun sekali dan berlangsung selama 7 hari. Dilaksanakan pada bulan Rayagung. Slogan utama yang tercermin dari pola kehidupan masyarakat adalah silih asah, silih asih, dan silih asuh. Rangkaian kegiatan upacara adat ini mencakup beberapa ritual yang bersifat sakral, kesenian, hingga hiburan. Ditujukan untuk mengungkapkan rasa syukur atas hasil panen yang telah didapatkan, dan ungkapan doa agar hasil panen di tahun berikutnya dapat bertambah. Di Kasepuhan Sinar Resmi, hampir seluruh lapisan masyarakat di
Check.
Okay, we can start. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming to parallel session. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Dwi Retno Hapsari, but you can call me Eno. And I'm honored to be moderator in here. Today, we will explore many topics that aligns with our conference theme towards sustainable agri-food system. And then we have 5 presenter or speakers. They will presenting their research finding today. Then each will group takes 10 minutes to present. And after this, we can discussion in 15 minutes. And I hope everyone to actively participate and engage with the presenter during the discussion. Okay, without further ado, let's begin to first presenter, Ms. Jaimah Ramli. Here? Okay. Okay, the title of the presentation is the level of financial knowledge among the millennial generation in Kampung Baru, Kuala Lumpur. Okay, you have 10 minutes. Time is yours, ma'am.
Yes. Assalamualaikum dan selamat petang. Thank you, Miss Eno, as a moderator for today.
Okay.
Okay, today I will present my article and my friend's article. Topic is the level of financial knowledge among the millennial generation in Kampung Baru, Kuala Lumpur. Okay, first of all, I want to mention that this paper is or this article is a small part of our result of FRGS research, fundamental research grant scheme from KPT, KPT entitled Financial Management of the Millennial Generation. Okay, next. As we know, financial knowledge is essential to all individuals, including millennial generation and all of us. Nevertheless, the level of financial knowledge of the millennial generation in Malaysia still cause concern. Bank Negara Malaysia 2024 show that more than half of the millennial generation in Malaysia do not have sufficient knowledge about investment, including risk and potential returns. Therefore, this study or this article attempts to discuss the level of financial knowledge of the millennial generation in Kampung Baru, Kuala Lumpur. So, Kampung Baru in Kuala Lumpur is special because kampung, but in the metropolitan city. Okay. Next. Okay, for literature review, I will skip some literature. So millennial generation here in our studies is referred to Malaysian millennial generation was born between 1977 to 1998. Okay. And then also in our paper we discuss about financial knowledge. What is financial knowledge? So financial knowledge refer to how an individual learn financial related information, organize it connectively, represent it, and also store it in his mind or her mind. Okay, millennials fail to understand basic financial knowledge such as interest rates, inflation, and risk diversification. They also lack knowledge about credit cards, which contribute to their ignorance when it's come to using them. The finance of the millennial generation in Malaysia are not in a satisfactory state. They have problem managing debt payment. Financial knowledge has a significant impact on the financial behavior of the millennial generation. So past studies also found that have linked a high level of financial knowledge to both skill and finance. Next. Okay, our method of study is, this study was conducted in Kampung Baru, Kuala Lumpur. The study employed a quantitative approach and collect data through survey methods. The study population is Kampung Baru millennial generation, between 24 to 44 years old. The study measure financial knowledge using a true and false scale. Respondents are required to mark true and false answer to the statement given. True answer will given 1 mark and otherwise false answer will given 0 marks. So next, to determine the financial knowledge score, this study add up the score for the correct answer. So financial knowledge score are classified into 3 categories, namely low, score 1 to 10, medium, score 11 to 20, and high score 21 to 24, 25. Okay. All statement, 25 statement. Okay. The research finding, most of respondents are women, 62%, and then most of them are married, and then most of them also in swasta and also swasta employment sector. So highest level of education of respondent is diploma and also degree. And then resident state of the respondent is mostly rent. Okay. This also research finding on financial information of the respondent. So majority respondent income is most of them have estimate monthly income on RM 2,201 to 3,200. And estimate for monthly expenses is most of them are expenses on RM 1,201 to RM 2,200. Okay, next. Okay. Estimate saving for generation, millennial generation in Kampung Baru is the most of them have a saving equal to or same of RM 10,000. And property estimate for respondent also RM 50,000 more than equal to 50,000 RM. Okay. Okay, next. Okay. Estimate monthly payment for respondent is most of them 53%. Less than and equal to 1,000. And then estimate total debt is less than or equal to 50,000. That's all for respondent financial information. Now we see the research finding on financial knowledge based on 6 items, I think. Okay, next. Okay, this is the first one for financial knowledge. In this study, financial knowledge is split or categorized to six criteria. Sorry, not 6. Only 3. Sorry. Okay, first one is spending knowledge. Okay, spending knowledge have 1 until 8 statement, which is this statement measure the spending knowledge of the respondent. So based on finding, we see that majority respondent have good knowledge on spending knowledge. Okay, based on the score through answer. Okay, and then the second next. Okay, next on the saving knowledge. On the saving knowledge, got 1 to 10 statement or 10 statement which measures spending knowledge, saving knowledge. Okay, for this saving knowledge also found that majority respondent have a good knowledge for saving knowledge, unless for statement 8, statement 9 and also statement 10. Other than that, they are good knowledge for saving knowledge. And then last one, next, in-depthness knowledge. Okay, based on in-depthness knowledge, we found that majority respondent also have a good knowledge, unless number 7. Okay. Okay, based on all three criteria of the financial knowledge, on the financial knowledge, saving, and also indebtedness, we find that the level of financial knowledge, total score, all the score. Okay, so we conclude that level of financial knowledge of millennial generation in Kampung Baru is moderate. Okay. Okay, next. Okay. So overall, the study finding indicate that millennials in Kampung Baru have a moderate level of financial knowledge. The study results strongly suggest that every individual, particularly the young, should apply and continue their exposure and education in personal finance. We need to teach financial education at the school level to instill basic knowledge about managing personal finance in children as they grow up. Furthermore, it is crucial to instill the knowledge of money management within the family before children enter school. In other words, the application of financial management knowledge by parents serve as the fundamental basic for the development of sound financial practice. And lastly, subsequently, formal education continues to impart more formal knowledge of financial management. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Jaima. Interesting topic. Okay, we can move to second presenter, my friends and also my coach, Ibu Heru Purwandari. The title is Landscape Transformation, Detecting the Strategy of Those Who Left Behind. May I switch with you? Heru, no.
I pay attention on 10 minutes, yeah. All right, thank you. How's the time? Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you for attending this valuable conference. I'm Heru Purwandari, and I'm studying with my colleague entitled Landscape Transformation, Detecting the Strategy for Those Who Left Behind. So the rural areas are undergoing significant transformation, influenced by at least 3 mechanisms: urbanization and industrialization, and also a change in socio-economic structures. And these mechanisms affect the 3 of them affect the number of population. So this is increasing of number of population, and then the city itself have to provide the city's facilities for the increasing of number of population, and also land requirement. So the rural transformation itself leads to ecological changing in rural area, especially in environmental depletion, and then socio-economic degradation, and also transition village from agricultural livelihood system to non-agricultural livelihood system. So this is in our research, we try to deploy the causes of rural transformation. And this is our locus study. We conducted our research in Batu Jajar village in Bogor Regency. this this is the agricultural situation before mining activities came into the village. So these highlands full of fruits, full of trees, woods, and also several kinds of bamboo, species of bamboos. And for lowland, they cultivate paddy in rice field, and the productivity of paddy field is quite sufficient to fulfilling the basic need of local people. And after mining activity comes into the village, this is the initial process of the mining activity. So from highland area, they transform to mining activities, and then this is initial process of mining, and this picture is ongoing process of mining. So currently the landscape, the local landscape, it's like this. So it's full of mining activities spread across the village. And this picture shows us the mining and its impact to one of the impact of mining is the shortage, river shortage. Yeah. So this is before mining come to the village, the river full of water, and then currently the decreasing of water shortage, yeah, the water shortage. So the research question that we rise is the first: to what extent the impact of mining activities on agricultural degradation? And the second one is how do the farmers develop adaptation strategies to respond to condition? As I explained before, that the location study is in Batu Jajar village, Bogor Regency. The argumentation are the first, Batu Jajar village is the source of material for property industry in Jabodetabek, and the
Halo, Assalamualaikum. Bapak Ibu, kalau mau ke rumah 6 gimana caranya ya?